what's up, guys? Can you hear me? Welcome to episode 2 of Mugen TV podcast. Before we begin, just want to make sure everybody start to come in, start to pull up before we actually get into these topics. The podcast starts at 6 p.m. Eastern time, so we still got about 4 minutes, about 3 minutes left before we start everything. You said my mic is too low. Hold up. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? So to make sure, can any of you guys hear me? What's up, Rav? What's up, Libre? What's up, Strife? What's up, Kalel? Okay. What's up, Loyal? What's up, Animal? What's up, Poyo? What's up, Reborn? What's up, Basil? All right, cool, cool, cool. Yeah. So, yeah, I'm Mugen Lord. I'm Mugen Lord. Yeah. So I have a lot of plans. This, like I said, this podcast is still an experiment. This is episode 2, so there's still going to be a lot of trial and errors to see what works. Okay. What's up? What's up, Akuma? What's up, Fox Die? Tavon, Shadow. Yeah, so there's a few things that I'm trying to still work out and everything. I'm working on a system to where, so you guys can be more involved, where I'll be able to pull up some of your comments and it will pop up on the screen. I couldn't do it right now is because I would have to sit down. I have to organize the OBS and all this other type of stuff at the last minute. I had to get StreamYard as well, which is another streaming program. So I would have to use OBS in that in order to pull that. So I would have to do that during the week. But soon, your chat will be able to, your comment, if there's a comment that I want to highlight and answer, like questions, I'll be able to pull it up and it will pop up on the screen for you guys to see and everything. So you'll definitely start seeing changes as we start going through this. We got a couple of topics that we will be covering, which is going to be awesome. I'm still going to wait for for some of you guys to still come on in before we actually start. What's up, Edge? What's going on? What's going on? So yeah, so this is going to be pretty fun. The first topic we definitely are going to cover is going to be like, since a lot of you guys are like new to my channel or haven't seen like a recent video that I've done, I always would try to take a video or a topic that I did cover during the week, so just to go over it and maybe add some extra thoughts to it as well. For those of you who are just now coming to my streams for the very first time, I'm doing pretty good. I'm doing pretty good. Doing real good. So all right, we're gonna dive right into this. So for starters, maybe I should use. Hold up, guys. Before I even do that, I want to look at my layout real quick. I'm not sure. Yeah, that's what I'll do. I'll just stick. Yeah, I'll just stick with that. All right. So the first topic we're gonna talk about and we're gonna pull up is the pretty much Microsoft, which I covered on my channel. We talked about how Microsoft have these new guidelines, talking about trying to tell or discourage game developers that's working underneath them and trying to discourage them and recommends against creating female characters with exaggerated body proportions. And this has always been the narrative that has been going around, especially when it comes to only female characters. You notice that most of this is only surrounding female characters. You never hear this when it comes to male characters at all. And it's always the female characters that a lot of males, and even including female characters, look up to, really enjoy, and it's pretty much attack on femininity, which I said before. They don't want any of these female characters to pretty much allure males, especially the straight male. And so they try to eliminate the male gaze when it comes to this. And as I said before in my video talking about this, and I said this ton of times again, it's the people that's within the industry that's controlling the narrative, and they're promoting whatever agenda that they're trying to promote. And you notice that a lot of these people that's in this industry, with rather it's mainstream media or game journalism or within these companies themselves, a lot of them is ran by feminists, even the male feminists, and also of course the LGBTQ, especially homosexual males, and of course we also have the trans community, the trans women who are also trying to push the narrative because a lot of these trans women can't live up to those expectations because they're not biological women. So this is all an attack on that to pretty much discourage that. And I talked about this plenty of times. Now, when you look, and I'm only going to skim through the article because I talked about this, you can check out the video. It was showing on the Microsoft website um, the different guidelines that they want developers to take under consideration when designing games. So, right here, what we have is approachability, which ensures all players existing and new, experienced, and novice feel safe and welcome. Now, where did they pull all this information from? You can actually go to the website itself. It's on the website. Right here, what I have, which I didn't show in the video, and I'm glad that I didn't show it, so we can have something new to add on to this, in this podcast, so you guys will be able to see this. And what's up, Osman, Tater? What's up, Aj, Fibra? Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. So yes, so right here, we can definitely go through it right here. It says, welcome to gaming for everyone's product inclusion resource hub. And boy, do I have a lot to share with you guys. There's a lot going on behind the scenes, and it's going to be crazy. What's up, Code? What's going on right now as far as the DEI and and also the I got allergies. My allergies going crazy. Yeah, with the whole DEI initiative and everything that's going on. Now they have a new acronym, which we'll be talking about in a later video, because now what they're trying to do is they realize that these names, these acronyms like DEI, the ESG and stuff like that, they realize that now when people hear these names is pretty much polarizing, it's toxic. So they know when gamers and people hear this, people run away from it. They stay away from it, so it hurts their bottom line. So now they're trying to repackage it underneath a new acronym. And I won't explain what the acronym is yet, is because I'm working on a video, which I think you guys are going to find interesting. And I want to thank you guys also for, I guess you say, making me aware of this. And I'm definitely give credit to a particular YouTube that's talking about it already. And it still haven't gotten to the bigger platforms yet. A lot of people in these bigger platforms haven't been talking about it yet. But you'll definitely hear about it here on this channel when it comes to this new repackaging of DEI and the ESG. Did I say ESG? No, I said ESG. Yeah. So you'll definitely hear about that. So right here, what we have right now, when you look, this is on the Microsoft resource and product page. And this is the guidelines that they want, developers, especially that's trying to work, with Microsoft themselves. And you have these guidelines, which is approachability. I feel welcome. And I'm tired of hearing this type of rhetoric when it comes to gaming, that gaming doesn't somehow make you feel welcome at all. And I've been saying this time and time again, when it comes to this, it's like, when have anyone never felt welcome when it comes to gaming? Gaming is for everybody. I've grown up my whole life, as a gamer, and the gaming community has always been, one of the most welcoming communities. I think we're too welcoming, and this is why we in the current state that we in at this point. But right here, it says approachability. I feel welcome. And it says create a product experience where customers feel welcome. When I pop in Final Fantasy, when I pop in, any game that I play, I'm not looking to feel like me as the person itself feel welcome. When I pop these games in, I want to be lost into these worlds itself, get to know these characters, get to know the politics and the economic system, and get to know the struggles that these characters are going through. And that's the whole that's what the whole beauty is about gaming itself. You know what I'm saying? It's escape from reality. It's a fantasy world. And you're still able to connect with these characters, because at the end of the day, these characters are flawed. and it shouldn't take your sexual orientation or your color or your skin color to be able to relate to any of these characters on screen. And I've said it before. Even if you see a female character, you can still be a male and be able to relate to her. That's why we have a lot of prominent female characters in gaming that have survived the test of time to this day, because even males also can connect with these female characters and vice versa. You know what I'm saying? You can be a straight person and connect with a gay character because it's more than their sexual orientation. It's also about their struggle as a human being. And it's not revolved around their sexual identity. This character still experiences loss, what I'm saying, pain, struggle, and whatever inner demons that they're fighting and stuff. And these journalists and these companies, man, are taking something that was never an issue and now blown it into an issue. And then of course we already covered this already. Representation. I belong. This is the thing that blows my mind. How, like, there was not one point in my life where I felt like I didn't belong anywhere in the gaming space. You look at all the locals that I've been to in Philadelphia and meeting so many people in all walks of life that's in these communities and stuff, and just gaming in general. Some of the nicest people I ever met. And it's crazy, what I talked about before is that if you wasn't around, especially when they were first announced and then released, and you go to the overnight midnight release, not even just for consoles, but for the midnight releases for games in general, you go to these places and you meet all kinds of gamers there. Don't even know these people from a can of paint, but y'all all there for the same common goal, the same common reason, and that's the game that you go in there to purchase at the midnight release. And you're talking to complete strangers, and that's how I met a lot of my friends, through these midnight releases and all these type of events. We end up exchanging gamer tags, phone numbers, email address, so we can be able to talk to each other and just bond, with the game, that we want to play. And this is globalization. I feel at home. Create a product experience where customers feel at home. And that's with every game. We shouldn't need an initiative about this. Every game that I play, I feel like I'm at home. I feel like I've known these characters, I've known these worlds, and everything like that. And they also talk about the gaming industry itself and within the corporate sect as well. But then you have accessibility. I can play. Accessibility. Create a product experience where customers can play and create. Now, the thing I will give Microsoft, especially with the Xbox platform, the accessibility with the controllers. People who got limbs and nubs for hands and stuff like that, and they can't doesn't have that privilege to be able to enjoy games as somebody like me that have all 10 of my fingers and stuff like that. And I like the fact is that they was able to expand the audience doing it that way without sacrificing other the core audience. So I would give them about accessibility, especially for the handicapped people out there, and I think they've done a good job with that. But this is the initiative about all of this: approachability, representation, globalization, and accessibility. And this is the thing that's hurting the gaming industry right now, is because now when it comes to their hiring practices, which I mentioned before, they're looking to hire people based on these requirements right here. And then when you start doing it based on these requirements, the requirements become more important than the experience, the merit, and the ability that the employee or that can add to the company itself. And then it also in turns, and affects the product itself. You know what I'm saying? It affects the product when it comes to storytelling, character development, world building. And and then it's, like I said, it's a snub to the gaming community and the gamer base that has always been supporting. And that's the thing. And the thing that really upsets me the most about this whole initiative is that they're using these initiatives on pre-existing games, legacy games on top of that. So you mean to tell me that these games survive throughout the test of time, and you mean to tell me that none of the gamers and none of the fan base didn't feel represented, or they didn't find it accessible or approachable, and they didn't feel welcome? That just doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't make sense to me at all. These IPs became popular because it was welcoming to everybody. Go to these Comic Cons or go to E3, go to these video game events, and you will see all walks of life, at these events, cosplaying as these characters, no matter what color or sexual orientation they are. Especially if you go to an anime convention where you see dudes dressing up like girls and stuff like that as female characters. So you see everybody's engaging in this stuff before any of this initiative bullshit like the ESG and the DEI was even a thing. So this is what baffles me, which lets you know that there's something more deep seated that's going on within the entire industry itself. And this really has to stop. And I keep telling you guys that you guys are doing a good job for constantly pointing this out and keep exposing it. And the thing is, you guys are exposing it so much that now these guys have to rebrand all this. And that's why I can't wait, because it's going to take time for me to put the video together. But you guys are definitely going to like the video, and it's going to open your eyes to know, okay, this is what we need to look out for, and this is what we need to attack now. Because we're not done yet, guys. We're not done. Now they're just going to be more sneaky and more covert and underground about it. They're going to start repackaging it, calling it something else. So we got to look out for this. They're being slick with it. And they're trying to now, like, deep rooted or whatever. So we'll definitely discuss that. But that was the topic for this. It's really not, this is just like a recap with some additional information here. But you always, when you're looking at these websites and stuff, always look for the inclusion, I guess you say segment or sector within these gaming companies and everything. And then you already going to know what to look out for when it comes to their products and stuff. So that essentially covers this aspect for that topic. So we're going to move on to the next topic, which I covered before months ago, but now it's coming back up. This is more gaming related rather than culture war related. And what we're going to talk about right now is that what we have is Power World. It appears that Power World has lost 97% of its player base on Steam since launch, but you shouldn't be worried. And that's why I wanted to say that there's a lot of, I guess you would say, a lot of like back and forth going on. And I would say that there's also a culture war within the gaming community itself when it comes to a game like Power World. Power World, Stellar Blade, and I would say Helldivers has a lot of gamers really talking right now as far as the gaming community and the industry itself, and then you have the culture war aspect as well. And the thing is, we can't get sidetracked when it comes to what's going on in the culture war. Yes, it's good, to call out when things are woke, or when it's good to call out when, our favorite games are being poisoned or being tampered with a lot of the ESG and a lot of this DEI and all these different type of initiative. But we also have to also realize too, even if we get rid of the wokeness or whatever you want to call it or whatever, it still doesn't change the fact is that there's still some shitty practices and the way games are designed today that's taking advantage of us as gamers. So the whole woke part is only one part of of a much bigger problem. It's just the gaming industry as a whole that really needs to be gutted out, re-examined, and reset it in some way. And what Power World did was it opened the eyes up that a lot of gamers are yearning for a great time, a great experience when it comes to their games. So set aside the wokeness for a second and look at games for what is going on today when it comes to microtransaction. They're selling you games at a premium price, but the game feels like it's incomplete. You feel like a beta tester. And what Power World did was, this is an early access game, but this game provided so much fun that so many people have jumped into this game, and it really pissed off a lot of the diehard Pokemon fans. And now what you have is you have a divide between, gamers who's loyal to a particular, IP and a brand, and then gamers themselves who are just gamers and just want to have a good time. And many Pokemon fans and whatever are celebrating at the 97% loss, but you got to understand that there's more behind this, and you shouldn't be worried, which the article is saying. So we definitely want to talk about this. It says when Power World launched on January 19th, it quickly skyrocketed to be one of the most popular games ever released on Steam, as the second most played game ever with over 2.1 million players. Just over 2 months later, however, that player base has fallen. According to SteamDB, Palworld has lost 97% of its peak player count on Steam. In fact, since its beginning of March, when player counts were still hovering around 275,000 and daily players, the game has consistently lost thousands of players per day, down to 24 hour peak of 69,850 as of writing. While the number, which we're going to talk about, that number is startling, it shouldn't be shocking and unexpected right now, because it also shouldn't be taken as a sign that the game is starting to fail. And this is what you got to understand. You got to understand this. The Power World developers, I think, if I remember from the last article that I covered before, they were only expecting to get 20,000 or maybe. Oh, thanks for the super chat, Gaming with Spoons. I really appreciate it, and welcome to the podcast. So the thing is, they were only expecting about like 20,000. Like 20,000 players, or maybe 40,000 players, around that ballpark number of players that they were expecting to grab. They weren't expecting to grab 2.1 million gamers. They weren't expecting that. So them losing so that 2.1 million, that was bonus. They superseded what they expected to have. So now they're at 69,850 players. That's still not bad. That's not bad at all. But if you look at the headlines when it's saying 97%, loss, people will only read the headlines and say, yo, this game is failing, it's falling apart. No, because that 2.1 million, they wasn't even supposed to get that amount, But there's other factors that we also have to keep in mind, which we'll talk about in a second. So we'll move on. So it said the game reached peaks rarely ever seen. It was expected that the game's player count was going to fall after initial hype surrounding it fade, and that's exactly what happened. On top of that, Proud World isn't a live service game that have become commonplace through the industry. That means players don't need to make sure they log in every single day to complete their daily challenges or risk missing out on some of the rewards. Yes, and that's another thing too. This game was just supposed to be a game that you experience and play, have a good time, and you have to worry about any of those chores that you should do that what most live services does. And you also have to remember too, that when it comes to this game, people play the shit out of it. What happens when you play the game? When you play the game, you play it to the max, and you did everything that you got out of it. You got the fulfillment out of it. You're going to stop playing it. You're going to stop playing it after a while. All it proved is that people got enough of it. They played a lot of it. What more can you do at this point? But we'll keep it going in a second. So it said, it also should be mentioned that the developer Pocket Pair isn't abandoning the game. In fact, the team has already released a full roadmap of what they plan to bring to the game during early access. These updates will include new features like PvP, raid bosses, a power arena, crossplay between Steam and Xbox players. Now that's crazy. New pals and plenty of more. So as they continue to release more updates, more people's going to come back and play. That's all that's going to happen. This game is still going to continue to grow. It's going to still continue to thrive. And they have yet to scratch the surface to what this game have to offer. It's just right now, fans are done playing the game for now. They like it, but they done what they need to get. They done what they need to do with the game as far as unlocking things, and the game is still early access. So I would expect the player count to fall off until new things are showing off. And best believe, PvP, I think is going to get everybody, because now, like I said, it does have some of that Fortnite and elements that's weaved into it and wove into it. So I can definitely see PvP going to probably be a big thing, and raid bosses is definitely going to be a good thing too, because it's PvE. That means all y'all get together with your pals, and go against bigger pals and everything like that. So these are features that's going to be pretty good. And then a pal arena. So I'm taking this more like a Pokemon. You put your pal out there, and then your opponent put their pal out there, and you probably watch them fight and everything like a Pokemon game. And then what's really going to mesh everything together is crossing the Xbox and the Steam player base over to one another. So I don't see this game dying anytime soon. And what I respect about Pocket Pair and its CEO, he was pretty much saying, excuse me, that when it comes to this game, it's okay to put the game down. Go play other games. This game will always be here. And that's what I liked about Yoshi P as well when it came to Final Fantasy 14. He's saying it's okay to put down Final Fantasy 14. Come back later when you feel as though that, you finished being burnt out and you got experience from other places. We're always going to welcome you back, and there will be new content by the time you come back. So that's the great mind frame to have, and it's apparent that the Pocket Pair and their team is not worried about it. They're very confident that they have a great player base to be able to keep it entertained and everything. So kudos to them, man. And that's the thing when it comes to this, with Power World, is that this game has really struck a lot of nerves within the industry and exposes that, just make a fun game. Don't try to nickel and dime the player base, because the thing is, if you make a great game and you respect the player base, people will kindly give you their money. They will kindly give you their money. And I don't understand why developers still can't wrap their heads around that. You don't have to, like you lose more from your player base when you disrespect them, and then you put in so many things behind paywalls and everything. Like in the short term, yes, you're making the money, but in the long term, it's going to hurt your bottom line when you disrespect your player base. So yeah, that's pretty much it for the topic surrounding this particular issue when it comes to Power World. And I think this is pretty much interesting, and I'm gonna constantly keep checking in on this, because that's what my notion was with this. I said this game has blown up. I'm more interested in, once the honeymoon period go down, and will this game have legs moving forward. So what's up, Robert Kemp? And it says, what we got here? Rolling Dodge, what's up? So also heard that they were okay with mods. Yeah. So they're really respecting them. And said normies like FIFA, NBA fans only buy the latest consoles to play that game and the trendy bullshit, and still shell more money into them. EA knew what they were doing. EA started everything, guys. Like EA had hit a gold mine when they had the NBAs, the FIFAs, and especially with these microtransactions and stuff like that. These guys make billions of dollars a year off of microtransactions alone. What game company would not want to get a piece of that? Like everybody want a piece of that microtransaction money. Everybody want a piece of it. And the thing is, they want to be able to utilize one game and make as much money and generate as much money off of one game and they will hope to have the game last for a decade long and just keep bleeding out. And we've seen it with GTA 5. I think that thing broke records when it comes to that. That game's over a decade old, and the whales are still spending money on it. So it's a tit for tat. You know what I'm saying? We also can't put 100% anger towards the game companies when you still have gamers out there who are willing to shell out that money, to pretty much be able to get that content, to get those perks and everything like that. So it goes hand in hand. Gamers have to change their behavior. The moment gamers start to change their behaviors, those studios want to make money. So they will change their behaviors once gamers also change their behaviors as well. And also to make gamers realize what they're doing, and that's feeding into this machine. We also got to point that stuff out every time. We got to call this stuff out. Like I talked about before, when it came to Yakuza Like a Dragon, Infinite Wealth, how they had pretty much the New Game Plus behind a paywall. This is things right there that we have to call out and point out. You know what I'm saying? Like, we have to tell gamers, like, yo, if you end up spending money on that DLC or that extra bit of money just to get New Game Plus, this is not going to stop Sega, from doing that moving forward. Start taking some of the standard features that should be in every video game and start putting it behind paywalls, because they know that, hey, if these people are going to buy this, then why should we change our behavior? Why should we? So what other standards can we take out, when it comes to when it comes to gaming in general, that now we could put behind paywalls and see if gamers are willing to pay this. So we have to keep putting on the fight, keep pressuring these studios, like I said, respectfully too. You don't want to be harassing and things like that, but you have to keep pointing this stuff out and keep showing the normies that, yo, we can't be doing this. Like, this used to be a standard. This used to be the standard, used to be up here. Now it's down here. So we always gotta keep pointing that out. And the more and more we do that, that would hit their bottom line. So we're gonna, speaking of player base and sales and stuff like that, we're gonna move on to the next topic. The next topic we touched a little bit on before, and that next topic is Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Now, I did a video Friday, and this is going to be an add-on, because we also found that Final Fantasy VII Rebirth had failed to beat Dragon's Dogma. Dragon's Dogma broke records or whatever like that. So it was nothing they can do. Final Fantasy, is a legacy series, a legacy IP, a legacy anthology series, and here it is. Dragon Dogma came in and whooped this ass. And you think Final Fantasy of all titles should have legs that run so long that people just going in and just buying this game. Now, before we even get into this video about the Dragon's Dogma, I just want to just touch bases on the video that I did Friday talking about the overall sales in Japan right now. And when it comes to Final Fantasy VII Rebirth sales, I tried to wait for an update because we haven't really got any solid numbers. We only got from Japan, and that was only the physical sales. We didn't get anything for the digital, but the sales was looking really, really low, and it barely surpassed Final Fantasy 16 sales. And Final Fantasy 16 is a new title, but Final Fantasy 7, it's Final Fantasy 7. And all the marketing that they've done for Rebirth, like Remake, they've done pretty good with the advertisement, but you got to see the marketing for Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth. They market the fuck out of it. They have like a documentary series. They got a behind the scenes. They have the voice cast videos. They have the world building videos that IGN is posting. You got to see some of the packaging when it comes to some of the food companies that Rebirth was working with. Everything, especially in Japan. Japan had a whole 3D advertisement for it, a VR advertisement and everything for it. And here it is. It still didn't bring in the sales that they were hoping for, especially in its home country, Japan. Final Fantasy used to dominate. Like, every time Final Fantasy came out in Japan, is a guaranteed banger, guaranteed seller, And then over time, Final Fantasy start to wither when it comes to sales, and it also has to do with Square Enix, and it also has to do with Sony as well. One, we talk about Square Enix for a second before we dive into this article. Square Enix is still focusing more and more on the West, trying to capitalize on that Western market. And that's where the issue is. So the Japanese player base, they feel betrayed. It feel like Square Enix is turning their backs on them with a lot of the decisions that they're making with these Final Fantasy games, And like I said, I've been around for a very long time. I'm saying? I've been gaming, the early 90s all the way up into now, and played a great majority of a lot of Final Fantasy games. And for me, a lot of that shift in Final Fantasy actually began with Final Fantasy X. Even though Final Fantasy X is a good game, but I started noticing that the game Final Fantasy X was much more linear than most Final Fantasy games. And also as well, when you get then they introduced it to Final Fantasy II. It was the first in the series where in Final Fantasy where they actually had a sequel, when Final Fantasy was never meant to have sequels and stuff like that. So this is where they started going down that road, going down that path. And then every Final Fantasy started to feel like an experiment. And then when Final Fantasy 13 came out, Final Fantasy 13 was like the most linear of them all. And the combat system wasn't as great. And the thing that really got me was that when I started noticing the Final Fantasy changing is when they got Leona Lewis, the American Idol winner of that around that time, where she sung the main song, My Hands. I'm not gonna say it's a bad song. I like that song. It's a beautiful song, My Hands. But when you start seeing a lot of Western singers are now in the forefront of Final Fantasy and doing the sound, being the vocalist for that soundtrack, then you start to think like, man, Final Fantasy is starting to shift gears to the West more and more. You get what I'm saying? So I started seeing that change. And then now that we look and fast forward to what we see right now, where Final Fantasy become, with Final Fantasy 16 making it more of like an action game and everything, you know, Japan, most importantly, they feel like they're being betrayed because they love Final Fantasy, what it always been, ATB turn-based system. And what always bothers me the most is where you see it's only the Western. You never see the Japanese side. It's the Western side. Turn-based is dead. Y'all need to just get over it. It's time for the series to evolve. But what about the Japanese players? Because Final Fantasy is a Japanese property. What about them? How do they feel? Because when you look in the arguments, it's always the West when it comes to the arguments that's going back and forth. And these people will always say that, like turn base is dead, turn base is this. The series needs to evolve in some way, but at what cost? Because this evolution is hurting the Japanese base. You get what I'm saying? This evolution, it got people going back and forth. The sales are lukewarm, the reception is lukewarm. And Square put a lot of money into this, Oh, what's up, Solo? And at what cost, So that's what's going on in Japan. Final Fantasy is not that game that really pulls people in. And even Final Fantasy 16 had kind of like ticked off a lot of the Japanese player base. And what do I mean by that? There's an article that I covered at one time that when it came to lip syncing, they more so, when they did the lip syncing and everything, they did it for the Western audience, for the English speaking audience. So when you look at the Japanese version of it, it doesn't lip sync correctly as much or whatever like that. So even designing Final Fantasy 16, it was designed more to cater to the West rather than its Japanese core audience and stuff. So you already got the fans in Japan that feel some type of way. So when you look at the advertisement for Rebirth and the hype surrounding it, and then you turn around, you see that, the sales is not really looking that great in Japan, that really is worrisome, But it also said that Final Fantasy VII or Final Fantasy now sells more in the West, and you wonder why. It sells more in the West because Square Enix has sold out, and now it's catering to the West. It's more of a Western. It's starting to become more and more of a Western IP, and it's starting to lose its Japanese, essence or spirit and everything. So we're gonna read this article or whatever. Yep, and then you got the censorship of Final Fantasy. So it says in the article, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth failed to beat Dragon's Dogma 2 a record-breaking run. Capcom has a blockbuster under its belt as UK sales data comes out. Now, this is only in the UK. We only get in certain regions. And what's so bothering about it is Square Enix still haven't came out yet to brag about their numbers. So that's why I'm keep saying that we should be worried or concerned, because when a company does do well, they brag early on about how much these titles make when they put these out there. But Square Enix have yet to report anything that I know of since the stream or whatever like that. So that's the thing we should be worrying about. So this Capcom latest Dragon Dogma 2, which is a sequel to the 2012 game, has been one of the most anticipated titles of this year. The game was released on March 21st for PlayStation 5, Windows, and Xbox Series X. Now, I have Dragon Dogma 2, got it for my birthday. My dad bought it for me. I don't know when I'm going to get to the game, because I got so many other games to complete. So I'm definitely going to look into it. But it says, the game received generally favorable reviews from critics at launch. And we're going to talk more about Dragon's Dogma 2, about their microtransactions as well, in a later topic, and everything. Because I think that's pretty scummy of what Capcom have done after the game released, and people are finding out about more and more about the purchases in a more so single player game. So it says, Dragon Dogma 2 has improved its gameplay in comparison to its predecessor and comes with a dynamic and dense game world and emergent narrative. Additionally, it became the second best-selling game during its launch week in Japan with 68,592 units sold. Dragon Dogma 2 beats Final Fantasy VII Rebirth in the UK. When players got their hands on Dragon Dogma 2, many complained of the game's being poorly optimized. and facing several frame rate drops across all platforms. Much of the criticism was pointed towards the game's performance on PC, and the NPCs putting a strain on the CPU. Oh wow! It looks like all these hiccups didn't stop the game from setting some records for Capcom. That's crazy. Even despite all those errors and those problems that Dragon's Dogma 2, and this is what I'm talking about. They're charging this premium price, and this is what gamers have to deal with and put up with. You know, they get a game and expecting a functioning game, and then you paying $70 or even more than $70 if there is a collector's edition or whatever the other perks or whatever they may have, and even the microtransactions within the game. You paying for all that, and you getting all these problems and everything, and the game still outperform and even beat out Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. So it says Christopher Deng, who is the head of game industry, in a tweet on X, Dragon Dogma 2 has managed to achieve some impressive feats. So Christopher Deng says, so the digital data via GSD, Dragon's Dogma 2 is the biggest game launch of the year so far in the UK. Wow. Narrowly ahead of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. And that's sad. Like, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, it shows where the current state of Final Fantasy is. Because Final Fantasy VII, even Rebirth, should have had so much sales to the point that even when Dragon Dogma 2 came out, it still shouldn't have beat Final Fantasy VII. It should be trailing behind. It should at least be number 2 behind Final Fantasy VII. But that's not the case here because of what Square Enix is doing, and the fact is that also Sony having the game and exclusive to their console, and then PC players are waiting out for it. So there's a lot of other factors as well, but that's crazy how Dragon Dogma 2 come out and just beats it. Even though it narrowly beats it, but it shouldn't even narrowly beat it at all. It should have had legs. It should have bumped up like crazy the moment it launched, but it didn't. So according to the GSD sales report, Dragon's Dogma 2 is the biggest game launch in the UK so far this year in terms of digital sales, and this is talking about digital sales. Additionally, this also means that Dragon's Dogma 2 has surpassed the recent Final Fantasy VII Rebirth in terms of sales in UK. Moreover, Dragon's Dogma 2 has also managed to beat other impressive titles like Helldivers 2. Wow. And like I said, Helldivers 2, my brothers, you probably hear them now. All that yelling and screaming they're doing is them playing Helldivers with their friends on PlayStation Network, and they enjoying the hell out of it. But I'm not really surprised that it beat Helldivers. I mean, Helldivers is one of those small, double A, titles that people love and people's playing the shit out of or whatever. But this Dragon's Dogma is an anticipated game, so I'm not surprised that it would beat Helldivers 2. But the fact is that it beat Final Fantasy VII Rebirth on its first outing. It's just and Final Fantasy VII Rebirth had a head start. It had a fucking head start, and this game came out and overshadowed it. And that says a lot about the current state of Square Enix and Final Fantasy. However, according to the data, Dragon Dogma 2 reached the top spot by beating Final Fantasy VII Rebirth only by a narrow margin. The game did not have any trouble overshadowing Helldivers 2 as the game had an average launch start. And that's all it's about. It's about the launch start. It just lets you know the launch start for Final Fantasy VII Rebirth or whatever wasn't really that great. Because this game should have started out the gate pulling in great numbers. It should have did that. So it says, should be noted that Dragon Dogma 2 is also available on multiple platforms such as PC, Xbox Series X, whereas Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is a PlayStation exclusive with no confirmation about a PC release. But still, regardless of that, look at the PS5 install base is still pretty good. 16 did really well, despite how I feel about 16. But for the install base that it had, it did really well. But the problem is, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth just did a tad bit better than 16. It shouldn't have did a tad bit better. It should have outclassed Final Fantasy 16 because of the name recognition in the series, the number title itself. It's Final Fantasy 7. Final Fantasy 7. So it says Dragon Dogma has become a chart buster on Steam. The data on Steam also has good news for Dragon Dogma's fans. While Counter-Strike 2 was the highest grossing title on the platform, Dragon Dogma 2 became the highest ranked game when it comes to premium titles. Helldivers 2 secured the second spot on the list when it came to premium titles. So yeah, these global numbers and what they have done, man, Dragon Dogma 2 has swept up pretty much. And the fact is that they had Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, they had a chance. They had a head start, and they were supposed to be pushing these numbers. And at this point, we would have to see how much. We still don't have the big picture because we still don't have the overall sales, which Square Enix has still yet to put out. And then on top of that, we still have to wait for the PC launch. We gotta see how much is going to boost, up the sales of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth by the time the PC come out. But the problem is, while waiting for the PC, the hype for the game has died down already. People's not really like, you only have like the die-hard Final Fantasy fans that's talking about it. But now, no one is talking about Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. The hype just went away, just like that. It just poofed and it disappeared. Dragon Dogma had just took over the conversation, and Stellar Blade, damn sure. People are still talking about Stellar Blade right now, but now Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is not even a discussion no more. Because you gotta understand, every day before Rebirth came out, every time I look up, it was advertisements, just everybody having discussions about it. Now you only have small pockets of the community talking about Rebirth. When you know damn well when a game is just doing awesome, no matter what. Because you look at Baldur's Gate 3. People, even when Baldur's Gate 3 came out, people were still talking about that shit. People were still talking about that game. For months, I'm just seeing constant videos, constant gameplay, and everything. But Final Fantasy VII Rebirth don't have that type of legs. Like the conversation for the game. Only amongst small pockets is talking about it, but it's not on a broader scope, like some of these other games that have so much hype even after the game, it's releases. And Final Fantasy VII Rebirth just didn't do it. So what we got here? So it says Owlsman. Nah, there are successful games out there. And so the Wells are pretty much giving free to play games. So it says Final Fantasy 16 is okay. Too much word salad. I'm not finished Final Fantasy 16, so no spoilers. I'm at the end. What's up, Zero? So I'm curious what the sales figures were for remake. Now when it came to remake, which, see, a lot of you guys didn't follow the sales. Final Fantasy VII remake sales, it skyrocketed on launch week, and then it just died. If the sales fell off a cliff, it didn't have no legs. Final Fantasy VII remake had no legs, and it took 4 years. It took 4 years to get about 3 million sales. It took them 4 years to get 3 million. But the moment remake came out, it did good on the first week, and then after that, it just fell off a cliff. And you know why it fell off a cliff. We talked about it before, because a lot of people went into the game expecting a remake, a true remake. And instead, they got a reimagined / sequel, potential multiverse theory, and all this other type of stuff. And a lot of fans like, fuck that, I'm out. So the whole thing about that surrounds Final Fantasy VII, this new trilogy, man, I keep saying this: was it worth it? And I'm gonna keep repeating myself. Like I said, I'm a Final Fantasy VII fan. I played the compilation. I couldn't stand Crisis Core after finishing that game. And like I said, I have my gripes about the trilogy, but I'm a Final Fantasy VII fan of like that, and I want to play it to see it through to the end. And I appreciate you guys for showing support for my spoiler review that was over an hour and 20 minutes long. That's the longest video I've ever made, and it got a lot of views, and I really appreciate that. So you guys got a deep dive. So even though you guys are not playing the game and won't support the game, at least you guys would know and get that confirmation. So I'm glad I didn't buy it. And then also with this whole trilogy, breaking the games in 3 parts, and I mentioned before, also breaks up the pacing and everything like that. And also a lot of gamers are waiting. They saying, whoa, I'm not going to buy all 3 parts as they come out. I'll just wait until they bundle it together or something like that once the trilogy is complete. So there's a whole lot of factors to this. But to me, it seemed like they just they created this game to create more of shock factor. Instead of just giving us a story that we fucking wanted, which is the original Final Fantasy VII story. That's all we wanted, with some additions. More things fleshed out. Yuffie and Vincent now weaved into the story to give us that extra content and stuff like that. And we all would have supported that game. We already proved that remakes work. Trials of Mana 1-to-1 remake, and people bought the game, and it done so well. Now they got a brand new Mana series, Vision of Mana, which we'll be talking about sometime this week or so, or whatever. So people will play it. Like, I don't know where this narrative is that people wouldn't play, or if it was 1-to-1 it wouldn't sell well. I don't get where this narrative is coming from. I really don't. But Square Enix need to get themselves together when it comes to their hiring department, their ethics, their human resource department, or whatever you want to call it. And they really need to go back to their Japanese roots and create the games that cater to their audience. Because that's the thing. Back then, these Japanese IPs, they create these games for their country. And we're the ones. We're the outsiders. We're the tourists. We're the outsiders who these Japanese companies are opening their doors and allowing us to come in and embrace their culture. Now, all of a sudden, a lot of these Japanese studios are now ditching their culture, ditching their people, and now trying to cater to our dumbasses in the West. And the nonsense, the bullshit that we got going on here with our social politics and all this dumb shit that we got going on. And I don't understand that. And we already seen it, and I keep saying it time and time again. Perfect example is always going to be manga and anime. It's kicking the West's ass. A lot of these Asian films, like these Korean dramas and stuff like that, is dominating, is busting ass. Because people want to get lost into these worlds, lost into these characters, and be able to relate to these characters without getting slammed and preached to in virtual signal every 5 fucking minutes, like Western entertainment is doing. So if you're making money, manga and anime is making money, destroying the West and stuff like that. They're making money because people like the culture. People want to embrace your culture. So why the hell are you going to turn around and ditch your culture and try to adopt our culture? The stuff that people like me is trying to get away from with the nonsense. It just doesn't make sense. Why are you trying to cater to the West? Why? It just doesn't make sense. Right now, you have to understand, when it came to the gaming market, I believe in the 90s, early 2000s, Japan had ran 90% of the gaming market. Once Xbox came out. See, you also have to get credit where credit is due at some point when it comes to Microsoft and Xbox. You have to understand, a lot of Western titles weren't really on Japanese consoles. Most of it was PC gaming. Because now you don't really have like PC exclusives anymore, if you notice. Now everything has meshed together now. Which, whatever you get on the consoles, most of the console games are on PC now. But back then, PC had its own exclusives. These were games that you would never ever be able to play on consoles most of the time. Halo was supposed to, at one point, Halo was originally supposed to be a PC only game before Xbox was a thing. Gears of War was supposed to be a PC only game. A lot of these Western type of games were only supposed to be for PC. But once Xbox came out, because Western developers were only familiar with the PC, that's where they were comfortable with designing for compared to the architecture that a lot of Japanese consoles had. But Xbox had bridged that gap. Once Xbox came out, a lot of Western developers started bringing their games to the console. That's when you start seeing the console market open. And then once when Halo, Call of Duty, Gears of War, and a lot of these shooters started coming out, and a lot of more, BioShock, and a lot more of these Western IPs and stuff like that started coming over to the consoles. Man, Japan only now owns or runs like 15 or 20. It's a documentary I watched, and we're gonna talk more about that later in like a chill stream or something like that. Now Japan at that moment now has about 15 or 20% of the market. The rest is all Western. The West took over the gaming industry. Oh, what's up, DJ? What's going on? What's up, Solo? The Xbox operating system is a modified version of Windows 2000. Basically, it got its name from DirectX. So, plus a lot of hardware is similar. Exactly. And that's what happened. A lot of people always like to diss Microsoft, but Microsoft is influenced a whole lot of things with that Xbox. And a lot of people don't want to give credit to that. That opened the floodgate for DLC. Because remember, Xbox was the first that had the built-in hard drive in the console. They had that before that. Now that became a standard in the industry. Now you got the PS5. Remember, once Xbox came out with their console and had the hard drive, then PS3, then the PS2 came out with the with Final Fantasy 11. It came with the hard drive that you had to attach in the back of the PS2. So people don't want to give Xbox any credit for a lot of things because of what Xbox stand for today. But Xbox had changed the industry, and it had paved the way for a lot of things that we see today. And because of the hard drive, developers were able to expand on games, expansion packs, DLC, all these things because of the hard drive that's now within these consoles. Because remember, we had memory cards back in the day. And Sony was the one that introduced the memory cards with the PlayStation 1. We had memory cards back in the day. So, and then once your memory cards fill up, you got to get third party that had more space. Now you didn't have to do that no more. You got a built-in hard drive. A built-in hard drive. So that opened the floodgates for a lot of Western developers to come over here because the architecture of the Xbox was more reminiscent to a PC. And ever since that happened, man, imagine if Xbox wasn't here. Eventually we would have Western developers making stuff for consoles, but look at how much slower things would have been. Witcher would have probably only been relegated to PC. Cyberpunk 2077 would probably have been a PC-only game if Xbox wasn't here. The gaming landscape would probably been totally different if Xbox wasn't here. Like I said, Western games would have slowly came over because we did every once in a while have Western developers make games for the PS1, but most of these games were Japanese developed games. Most of PC literally had exclusives. PC don't really have exclusives like that much anymore, unless they're free to play and stuff like that. But they don't really have PC exclusive AAA titles anymore because now it's a hybrid. It mixed together with now what you can get on console, you can play it as well on PC, and that's how it is now. So it says, oh yeah, PS2 needed memory cards. Yup, PS2 needed memory cards. Dreamcast needed a memory card. You know what I'm saying? I love I love the fuck out of the first Xbox and the Xbox 360. The best two Xboxes. You know? So they are responsible, partly responsible for why gaming is the way it is. The Western influence is strong because Xbox had really bridged that. They're responsible for that. Western developers just started coming in at that point when the Xbox came out. Yup. That is just crazy. So that's the rebirth. We're done with that. Now we're gonna move on to Sony. So apparently, Sony's we talked about like months ago that they had the new CEO. At the time, he wasn't a fully initiated in. He was doing, I wouldn't say intern. What do they call that? He was pretty much waiting until it's time for the get in, to fully be initiated in. But he was already starting to just look at things and look at what's going on within Sony itself. And to me, it's always the motherfuckers with the glasses on. Them Japanese motherfuckers with the glasses on, them motherfuckers don't play. He came in and look at PlayStation and say, yo, like, I understand these people are passionate, but no. They don't understand the business. So this dude, like, when it comes to Hiroki Totoki, man, I don't know. He could be the one that may turn Sony around. We don't know. But the way this guy is talking is like this guy don't play any games. So we're going to read this. So it says Sony president Hiroki Totoki officially begins his role as interim CEO of PlayStation. So it says Totoki will become more hands-on with Sony gaming arm as a successor for Jim Ryan is found. So that's the thing. This dude wants to be hands-on. He flew around to every studio to see how it works. This nigga not playing. So I would love to see how Sony's going to be at his underneath his leadership. We're going to have to wait and see. But hopefully this dude can make it Japanese again. Hopefully. I would love to see this. So Sony president, COO, and CFO Hiroki Totoki officially begins his role as interim CEO of PlayStation today. It was announced in September. That was in September when I did that video. September 2023. that the then CEO Jim Ryan would be stepping down, and with Hiroki Totoki taking over on April 1st, 2024. Ryan has officially left the company, with Totoki stepping in to oversee the PlayStation division while keeping his current role at Sony Group, while a more permanent successor to Ryan is found. So Mr. Totoki will work closely with the Sony Group Corporation chairman and CEO, was it Kenichiro Yoshida, and the management team of Sony Interactive Entertainment to help define the next chapter of PlayStation futures, including the succession of the Sony Interactive Entertainment CEO role. Sony said in a statement at the time. Although his interim CEO role officially starts today, Totoki had already started visiting studios. I said that. This dude was not playing. He's seen what they were doing, how they were working, and the thing he said was, he said it. He said, "Yo, I see people are passionate or whatever, but you guys don't understand y'all don't understand the business. Like these numbers and everything, y'all guys don't understand the business at all." So when I seen that, I was like, "Oh shit." So he said, in February, during a question and answer session following Sony's latest financial results briefing, Totoki said he wants Sony to be aggressive when it comes to improving its gaming division profit margin, which he says can probably be achieved with a greater focus on bringing first-party games to PC. And I've been saying this, and I keep telling these console war niggas, like, Sony and Microsoft and Nintendo don't give a fuck about the console wars. Y'all better stop worshiping these pieces of plastic, because be prepared to be disappointed. Because I see a lot of Sony ponies always clowning Microsoft fanboys, the Xbox, clowning them because Microsoft is taking their games, putting it on PC day and date, putting it on Game Pass. But y'all keep forgetting that, I keep saying in a lot of my videos, you Sony ponies, you're all about to get a rude awakening, because guess what? I've been saying it. Y'all gonna start expecting some day and dates for first party exclusives from Sony to start hitting PC. Start expecting that. You're gonna start seeing it more and more, especially when on profit margins and start seeing how much money they're bringing in once it's day and date. Y'all can forget it, and y'all gonna be prepared to be upset, going on Twitter, crying and reading all over the place, because it's going to happen. And Microsoft already been doing it before everybody. Now Sony is just playing catch up to what Microsoft has already been doing, because they already seen this ahead of time. They seen it. They looked into the future. They knew this is where gaming is going. So these companies are about money, about making money. They don't care about this petty console war stuff. And this intern CEO Totoki, this dude is already talking about, like, his strong initiative is putting exclusives on PC. And I'm already seeing it in my comment sections of my video that a lot of you guys been saying, "Yo, I'm not buying this on the PS5. Now that I know that this game is coming to PC, why would I get it on the PS5? Y'all would rather get it on your PC, because all your gaming needs is all on the PC. And it ends up being a superior version with the mods and all this other type of stuff that you can do with the game and stuff like that. So we're going to get to a point when it comes to consoles, where it's going to be a luxury thing that only diehard fans are going to have when it comes to console. A lot of people is going to just be playing on PC, but then you're going to have those console guys where it's only for the diehard fans. And the only scary part about it is, at this point, when consoles only become to the point where it's only for that pocket pocket fans, is that then they can charge like astronomical prices for these consoles, because now it's a luxury to have that console, because they're not manufacturing as many of them, because mostly everybody's over on the PC gaming. Now, the only thing about the PC gaming, where everything's going to PC now, the only problem is this is also allowing developers and console developers who never really developed for PC. PC is always the last thing that they always release for. But once PC becomes their primary source, it's going to bring a lot of danger to the PC community, because a lot of them are going to start policing mods. Mods is because now you got to think about DLC. Why would they allow you to mod their game when they would like to sell it to you? They would love to sell you like the bikini a bikini outfit, or sell you these different type of things, especially you see in the fighting game community and stuff, where now Capcom and Bandai Namco is now cracking down on mods. Now that Capcom said that PC is their primary source for designing games now, and a lot of these companies are going over to that. So I would say that I think the only dangers for having this stuff come to PC is that now that these console companies are going to start meddling with the PC community and the culture itself, and how the PC community, engage with these games. So I think that's going to be the only drawback to a lot of this. So it says addressing a question, asking why the game division has been seeing an increase in gross income but not in profits. See, Totoki made it clear that he feels releasing games multi-platform, which he seemingly clarified as meaning PC, continues to be the way forward. Yes, because these games are becoming more and more expensive. So in the past, we wanted to popularize consoles, and a first-party title's main purpose was to make consoles popular, he explained. This is true, but there's a synergy to it. So if you have a strong first-party content, not only on our console, but also other platforms like computers, a first-party game can be grown with multi-platform, and that can help operating profit to improve. So that's another one we want to be proactively working on. So I purposely think there are opportunities out there for improvement of margin. So I would like to go aggressive on improving our margin performance. So yeah, and that's the thing, man. These games are getting too damn expensive. We talked about this before. Would they say Ratchet and Clank was almost it was like 80 to almost 100 million to make? Spider-Man would cost them 200 million. It costs just as much as an MCU movie. These games should not be costing this much. So now your profit margins, it has to be much higher. Yes, you can sell 1 million copies, but if you're not really profiting, or you barely profiting, then what's the point? So now they're saying that, okay, we want to have to branch out the PC. The PC community is very fucking huge. So they have to tap into that resource right there in order to increase their profit margins. So it definitely makes sense. So it says, during the same call, Totoki said Bungie could be better at assuming responsibility for its timelines. And we definitely want to talk about Bungie at some point too, because Bungie's not looking really well at all. And the funny part about it is, people celebrated Sony buying. The Sony fanboys was celebrating and was like going crazy about it. And here it is, Bungie wanted to move away from Activision Blizzard and got their independence just for Sony to come in. And now Bungie's not performing well, and Sony is alluding that they may even dissolve, Bungie, if they continue to see, disappointing results. And that's crazy. That's why I never think I don't like buyouts, because when these companies do these buyouts too, they have more power than if they want to get rid of the company altogether and its spirit and essence. They can just vaporize it, just get rid of it. And can you imagine that? Bungie's just gone. And so right now, Bungie has Marathon, which Marathon is what they're banking on to be successful. And we already had got leaks and rumors that they had CSGO, Valorant players, professional players play the early build of the game of Marathon, and they were already saying like, yo, this shit is ass. Oh, well, right then. And they asked him, would you play this game? And he said, no, I wouldn't play this shit. So it's already a rocky start as far as Marathon is concerned, and they haven't been out in the public with what the gameplay actually look like and what it is, So that's something to actually think about here. And it says, in the article, in an official translation of the Q&A provided by Sony, Totoki said that while he was impressed by Bungie's ability as a video game developer, thanks Burger12 for subscribing to the channel. I really appreciate it. He said he felt it could make improvements from a business perspective. He said, I visited the Bungie studios and had meetings with the management. He said, and I saw that the employees working at the studio were highly motivated, showing great creativity as well, and as an impressive knowledge of live service. However, I also felt that there was room for improvement from a business perspective with regards to areas such as the use of business expenses and assuming accountability for development timelines. So development timelines, and I guess what he's saying about business expenses, that these dudes are driving whatever they're doing in their studio, as far as resources are concerned, they're driving the cost up, the expenses up, and then their games are taking so fucking long to come out. So the longer, you gotta understand how development work. The longer a game takes to come out, the more money that they have to kick out. That was the thing too when it came to, what's it, a Dragon Bound? Was it Dragon? What was that game that was supposed to come out by Platinum Games for, or supposed to come out for the Xbox? Scalebound. That was another issue where there was a lot of games that Microsoft had canceled. Microsoft had a lot of exclusives in the work. Microsoft was canceling their exclusives because they had this one. They had this unrealistic expectations, because they were saying that, yo, if this game is not going to be a blockbuster sell, if it's not going to be a blockbuster, then this game is canceled. So what Microsoft would do, they would look at these projects when they see that, yo, this don't look like it's going to be a blockbuster, or we want you to do this. They always wanted to try to do something extra to the game. And then once these developers get into it and they find out, like, yo, we really can't do this. Like, if we are going to do this, we're going to cut back on some other things. And when Microsoft hear that news, they say, you know what, just cancel out the projects altogether. So the thing is, when it comes to game development, and you look at Scalebound and stuff like that, man, when you have these windows where these games are taking so long to release, keep pushing these games back, a delay game, I would prefer a delay game. But you also got to remember, when you delay games and you keep pushing back these games, the longer these games are in the oven to cook, the more money you have to pay. You still have to pay your employees. You still have to pay, for the resources to get this stuff done. And if there's additional things that need to be added to the game, then you got to pay for that stuff. So then you have your budget has gotten bloated because the game is taking so long to come out. So the CEO is saying the same thing with Bungie. He's saying, yo, I appreciate how passionate and motivated these people are here at the studio, but man, when I'm looking at the timeline and I'm looking at all the fucking resources and how y'all driving up expenses, y'all don't know shit about the business. Y'all gotta find a better way how y'all can pretty much get this shit to work without this shit becoming astronomical when it comes to the expenses and how much money we need to kick out. So, yeah, man, hopefully we'll see what this guy does. So it says true and got Island Link 2 instead. Cameo 2 is on Rare though. For a time I thought it was on Xbox, but nope, it's Rare themselves. And it says it's why we never got Quantum Break 2. I didn't know that censorship. That's why we didn't get Quantum Break 2, which is why Spider-Man 2 budget is insane. And he said Ponzu said gameplay. What's that? And then let's see, we got here Rolling Dodge. Everybody's seen SSS KTJL Kill the Justice League flop coming. Yeah. She said thoughts on how much money consultation companies waste on DEI. I forgot. You also factor on that. You factor that, like, you already have the drive, like Rolling Dodge said about the whole thing. Hiring these consulting companies. And they wasting it on DEI. Yeah. So you have this inflated budget, and the cost and expenses are driving up, and then on top of that, you add more insult to injury by going to these consulting firms, and for them to come up and fuck up your product on top of the cost, of this development and the expenses and stuff. It's just ridiculous. I as I said before, when it comes to the gaming industry, man, there needs to be a change. There needs to be a change. There needs to be a reset. Something needs to be done, because this is the only industry that's going through this radical change, and things are getting more and more expensive as the generations come out, and something needs to be done. It really does. So we're going to go into our last topic for this evening, which is Tekken 8 right now. Tekken 8 has introduced a battle pass. A battle pass for Tekken 8. Who saw this shit coming? I sure enough didn't see this coming. That don't even sound right. A battle pass for Tekken. A battle pass. But there's more to it too. If you guys don't know, they added a Tekken shop for you to purchase costumes. And this is after the release of the game. So we're going to talk about this because fans and players are really frustrated, about this. So it says Tekken 8 players are experiencing frustration at the addition of a new Tekken Fight Pass. Some fans are angry that the game is $70, which added a store last month. is now getting the battle pass. If you got a store, what you need a battle pass for? What do you need that? What do you need that for? And that's why people are upset, is because they waited. They waited until after the good reviews came in, fans bought the game, and then they implemented this shit. They implemented. They did the same thing with Capcom. So it says Tekken 8 players have been expressing their frustrations at the addition of new Tekken Fight Pass features. See, during a recent Tekken Talk stream, the game's developer revealed that a Tekken Fight Pass is coming to the game. According to the features description, the Fight Pass will work like battle passes in live service games, in which, during the specified period, players can increase their level by completing dailies and weekly missions in online matches, allowing them to obtain various items. And let me tell you about this is the whole gimmick to battle passes or fight passes or whatever you want to call them. See, the whole gimmick to this is that these developers, they want you to stay in their game. They don't want you to leave their game. Because as long as you stay in their game, there's a high probability that you may spend some money within their game. And that's the point of the battle passes. Because with the battle passes, players have to log in every day. They can't miss out on challenges. And they want to be able to get those items. They put these items in this battle passes as incentive to stay logged into their game. And the reason why Power World got a lot of hate, because Power World didn't have these battle passes and stuff like that. You were able to get into the game and play the shit that's there or whatever. And they made a shit ton of money just by doing that, which makes it gamers start giving the side eye to their favorite game companies that have these battle passes and all these other games. That's why Power World got attacked so much. This is why Helldivers is praised so much. Because gamers look like, yo, like these two games right here respect us as gamers. And now Tekken series has now fell victim to the whole battle pass because they want you to stay in their game. As long as you stay in their game, there could be a high chance and a high probability and a possibility that you will buy something within the shops. That's all the point of the battle pass. They want you to stay logged in their game. They want you to be logged in their game every fucking day. It's one thing when there's a free-to-play game. The game is free to play. They got to make their money somehow. The game is free. So I understand that. But we talking about Tekken 8 here. We talking about games that you purchased, that you paid your $70, your hard-earned money. $70 is nothing to gawk at. You know, in today's economy where inflation is fucking ridiculous and stuff like that. There's nothing to gawk at right here. So not only that I'm paying $70, now all of a sudden you add it in the shop and then you add it in the battle pass. This is disrespectful to the gamers themselves. It really is. So to continue on. So it says, as with most other games, Battle Pass, the Tekken Battle Fight Pass will have a free tier. So you remember, you also have a free tier and a paid tier. And the whole strategy of the Battle Pass is your free tier, you're going to get I. You can get this I stuff, you know? And then your premiums, you're going to get good stuff. So what it does is they put it to where you see what the premium, no, with the free shit look like, and they show you what the premium shit look like as you accomplishing this stuff, your weeklies and stuff like that. And you start to notice, like, man, like, I ain't gonna lie, that premium is looking kind of tight right there. I am liking that, you know. So you start comparing what you're getting with the free shit versus the premium shit. So what that does is they get into your psyche and say, you know what? No, hell with that. I'm just going with the premium. I'm already playing the game all the time. I really like the game, so I get the premium. And not only while I'm paying for the premium, I'm also gonna buy shit at the shop. This is they just pulling money. And also you gotta understand. Now, customization is going to be stifled when it comes to Tekken, customizing your character. And that's also going to be stifled. Because now, the developers are not going to the developers not going to give you that many options compared to Tekken 7 or previous titles. Now, they can take those options and put it behind the Tekken shop and put it behind the Fight Pass. Now they're going to jip you. They're going to start giving you less and less now. So it says the announcement has angered some players who feel that the game has already paid. They already paid $70 for the base game. They're now seeing other microtransactions being added post launch. Tekken 8 launched on January 26th, and around a month later, Bandai Namco then added microtransactions to the game, along with the Tekken shop where items could be bought for real money. Because I remember Capcom has also did it with what? They did it with Final Fantasy. I think they did it with Resident Evil 4, right? They sort of add microtransactions and everything after the game had launched and everything. And now Tekken has done this. And you're going to start seeing this with a lot of developers because, like I said, we got the gaming industry and we got these consulting companies and stuff on the ropes. We got it so much that battle passes, microtransactions, and stuff like that, we had given it a bad name. We made it taboo. So now developers are now switching up their strategies. These consulting companies and these elites that's fucking up our games when it comes to wokeness and stuff. Now they're starting to repackage and rebrand a lot of things that we have scrutinized. That's how you know that we got them on the ropes, and that's how you know that we're doing some damage. So now what developers are doing now is these motherfuckers now are waiting until you buy their game, and they give it some time. Like I said, no matter what you do, guys, they're always gonna try to switch up the strategy. So now what they're doing now is they'll wait till you buy the game. They wait for the reviewers, the journalists, give the game glowing reviews, give it praise, and when people see the reviews, they say, "Oh man, this game got a high rating, high review, great review. I'm gonna go buy the game." They wait till they get a certain amount of units sold, and then that's when they come out and put out these microtransactions, these shops and stuff like that, and you're gonna start seeing it more. You're gonna start seeing how common it's going to become, especially in single player games, which we're going to talk about this week. Single player game microtransactions, and I can't wait to have a discussion with you guys in my video and everything. But this is what's going on. They're getting smarter and smarter. And now I know some of you in the comment section say, "Yo, man, just wait out a whole year if you have to." No, the moment people start waiting out a whole year, they're going to just switch it up again. They're going to just keep switching it up. They're going to keep switching it up until they're going to find some way to get it in there. So we have to, it's just the thing is, don't engage with the mechanic. Don't engage with that stuff. The moment you don't engage with it is when they stop the bullshit altogether. They can implement it all they want. Just don't engage with that feature. If you engage with that feature and spend thousands and thousands of dollars, then they're going to continue to do it. It's just that simple. So it says, according to YouTube user comments under the stream and numerous highly upvoted posts on Tekken subreddit, however, many players feel the latest addition to Battle Pass is a step too far. Disappointed, said YouTuber user Kick. I'm gonna just say Kick. Would have never bought the collector's edition had I known that you guys would patch in microtransaction shop and battle passes. At least Street Fighter 6 had the decency to say up front, say it up front. You guys should be ashamed. I was annoyed about the Tekken shop, but got over it. And that's another thing. When you have players that get over it, because you got people defending the battle pass, you got people defending the shop and everything. So you also got a fight within the community itself, whereas people say, hey, the costumes ain't bad as far as prices are concerned, and that's where the problem comes in. And then when people engage in the system, because these games can have this stuff in there, because there's nothing you can do about it. If the developer's going to put it in there, they're going to put it in there. But as long as people don't engage with it, and they're not really getting a lot of sales from it, they eventually the developer's going to get the message. Like, you know what? They don't want this shit. They don't want it. So he said yes. He said I was annoyed about the Tekken shop. I got over it. He said added user Shiny Shanks 789. They're treating the full price game like it's free. I can't believe how low companies must go with microtransactions nowadays. On the Tekken subreddit, a thread title, a free-to-play model, and a full-price game is beyond scummy, has received nearly 1,000 upvotes. I personally purchased / pre-ordered the Ultimate Edition, believing I will get all the DLC content with the Season Pass. I forgot. Damn! I forgot. You got not only the Collector's Edition, you got the Season Pass with niggas bought. And then now they add the shop with the microtransactions and now a fighter pass. Where does it stop? I thought the season pass is supposed to remedy all that stuff. I thought it was supposed to remedy all of that. The season pass. I forgot about the season pass. I got Tekken 8, but I beat the story mode, but I haven't really played the game just yet. And now hearing that, that's crazy, bro. So it said they were dishonest and lied. He said they then alleged they always knew there was going to be a Tekken shop and battle pass, but yet spoon fed it to the community because they knew there would have been backlash if they told us from the beginning. On a separate thread about the Fight Pass, user I am Grumpy Man wrote, "I love Tekken 8, but I also feel like we have been catfished, adding all of this horrible fear of missing out crap after launch is scummy practice, and they are fully aware of what they are doing and why they are doing doing it this way." So as you can see right here, you got the Fight Pass and everything, premium tier where items are even more luxurious. Players can also acquire Tekken coins, which can be exchanged for various items in the Tekken shop. So I keep telling you guys, when I saw Street Fighter V and they introduced us, when they introduced us to the Avatar system, and you guys can check my video. I said this. I said, yo, prepare for other fighting games to do this. And I said, yo, Capcom is about to clean up with this Avatar system. I said this is gonna be microtransaction heaven for these motherfuckers. Like for Capcom, they about to make some money because they're gonna make the Avatar. They're gonna make the Battle Hub look pretty. They're gonna add in some classic games so you can play, interact, put emotes, customize your character. I said, yo, this is where they're going to milk the fuck out of everybody with your Avatar. And then on top of that, we're going to get the costumes, everything, the battle passes. I knew this. And then right after that, that's when we seen Grand Blue Fantasy versus versus Rising. We seen that. And we seen the different, and I thought it was pretty cool that your lobbies should be involved, like with mini games and stuff like that. But when I seen that you have avatars and stuff, and when the moment I saw that, I said, yeah, they're gonna have some customized system. They're gonna implement all this. And then once Tekken 8 started showing news and stuff, and they started showing that, yo, we got our own avatar lobby system and stuff, I say, yup, the same trend. And you will start seeing this more and more. So that means now they have more incentives to make these battle passes included in it, so you can get these avatar skins and emotes and stuff like that. And a thing that really does this too, I blame mobile gaming. I blame mobile gaming for this. Is because this was practices that was first seen in mobile games. Mobile games saw that, like, when the gaming industry saw, because everybody didn't have respect for mobile gaming. The industry didn't really have respect for game companies that made only mobile games. Everybody looked down on mobile games. But look where mobile games have become and how far it evolved. But what developers in the gaming industry realized when it came to the mobile gaming industry is that, yo, there's a lot of money to be made here, because mobile games, they created a system that pretty much inspired a lot of what we see today. Microtransactions, premium passes. You know, if you wanna play the game longer, then you have to use in-game currency to purchase real money in order to increase your charge time so you can play the game a lot longer. You've seen all this, and they realize that, yo, this is $1 billion industry right here, the mobile gaming market, that these companies can make billions of dollars just off of this practice. This practice they saw made a lot of money. So they took that, and now they adopted it and brought it over to PC and console. Oh, what's up, Landon? Yeah. Said, don't y'all like phones? Appreciate a Libra, because the super chat didn't pop up. Thanks for the super chat. But yeah, so this is what's going on. They took the mobile game strategy practices, and they brought it over to consoles. And then, as I said before, Microsoft had pretty much innovated and inspired a lot of what we see today. The hard drives built into, the consoles, which now allow DLC to happen and everything, and you better do your expansion packs and everything. So you see it. You see how everything connects together, and then now you take the practices of the mobile gaming market, and especially in Southeast Asia and Japan and stuff like that. They were known for that stuff, like for these mobile games and these microtransactions. And now you bring it over to the console space, and look what we got. Look what we got. It's crazy out here, guys. It's freaking crazy. So we gonna continue. Is it China going hard on that mobile games? Yeah. Let's see what we got. It said a third thread called "Regardless of pricing, you must admit waiting to tell about microtransaction and battle pass is scummy" has received over 800 upvotes. Let's be honest, wrote was it Virgil Zarder? The whole point was to avoid backlash at launch and shortly after, which is exactly when the loyal fans of the series will buy the game. Even if people were still on the fence about it, most of them would probably still board it shortly after launch after hearing all the praise surrounding it. Yes, exactly what I was been saying. Once everyone was on board, they finally revealed the true agenda. As much as I'd love for it to be a better explanation, it is the way it is. While the fighting game genre is enjoying something of a renaissance at the moment with Tekken 8, Street Fighter 6, and Mortal Kombat 1, which Mortal Kombat 1, I didn't know. I only played the beta of Mortal Kombat 1, but I didn't know Mortal Kombat 1, they got fucking, what was it, fatalities behind a paywall? I was like, and this was a joke a long time ago, that DLC, in order to reuse Hadouken, you have to pay, it's going to put it behind a paywall and shit like that. We were just making a joke. That was just a fucking meme. Now they got fucking fatalities and shit behind the paywall. That's crazy. That is crazy. So it says, while fighting game genre, yeah, we already talked about that. A month after its release, Mortal Kombat 1 garnered controversy for additions of a seasonal Halloween fatality move, which cost the players $12 to unlock. Street Fighter 6, meanwhile, was criticized for the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles crossover event, which included new costumes, accessory, emote stamps, and more, which cost around $100 to unlock everything. That's crazy. Now Dead or Alive got destroyed. Dead or Alive 6, when you found out their DLC and stuff, was over $1,000. If you wanted to get everything, it was over $1,000. And look what happened to Dead or Alive 6. They put microtransactions over features that people love, like tag team. And don't get me wrong, I love sexy women. I love beautiful, sexy, feminine women. But and I love fan service. But they literally, with Dead or Alive 6, what killed that was fan service took more precedence over the actual game that I love. I played Dead or Alive because of the game and what it offers as far as gameplay is concerned. That's what brought me into the game. Hot women and fan service is just a plus that adds into my enjoyment. But ever since the original creator left for Dead or Alive, and then a new team came in, they just destroyed it. They put it was nothing but sexy outfits, over thousands of dollars. And then, if you didn't know, in Dead or Alive 6, the other controversy was people wanted to be able to customize the character with different colors, so you had to get different dyes, or whatever. But they charged you $1 per dye. Now you pay $1 to add to your character's color, to change their colors and stuff, right? Then gamers discovered, once you change the color, it overwrites the color that you purchased, and you have to go back and repurchase the color, your previous color, if you want to change back to that color. So when you buy and purchase the color for $1, you don't keep the color. You have to repurchase it again if you want to go back and change or whatever like that. And fans were pissed off and upset. And then Koei Tecmo tried to say it was a bug or a glitch when they knew damn well it wasn't, because it went for a month or so. And before gamers realized it. So this is stuff that we're talking about. These microtransactions and everything is the bane to games in general. This is how you destroy a game. Yeah, it's a one-time use. Yup. He said, get out of here. We're paying that much. Then wonder they hate mods. One-time use like a condom. Yeah. And guess what? I had Dead or Alive 6. I bought none of the costumes. Because like I said, as long as you don't engage in that stuff, you good. I didn't buy none of the sexy costumes. I was like, fuck that. And in every Dead or Alive game, because remember back in the day in Dead or Alive, you was able to unlock, and the unlock to get those sexy costumes was hard as fuck to get, but they were challenging. Now they took all that and put it behind a paywall now, and then it's over. It's almost $2,000, and I covered it years ago. Dead or Alive, that's what killed Dead or Alive. They removed tag team mode, one of the best features in Dead or Alive, but they made sure to put all those sexy costumes out there because they was trying to milk the horny aspect of the game, and it goes to show that people don't just like Dead or Alive because of sexy women. People like Dead or Alive because it is a great game. And then they had the one-time use color dyes. That was the straw that broke the camel back. And right after and then what they also did was characters that were available in the last game that was DLC, they made them DLC again. Who was it? I think you had to repurchase her again, and a couple other characters. People like, wait a minute, we already bought them before, and now you gotta buy them again. It was just getting ridiculous, and I'm just afraid that Capcom, and I don't want Capcom and Bandai Namco to go down that road when it comes to Street Fighter 6 and Tekken 8, where you just full on taking advantage of your player base like that, and that's why we have to be vocal about this. And all I can say is like, yo, do not engage with those features. Play the game, but please do not engage with these features. This is how this become a standard after a while. Because us gamers, we set the standard. When you keep constantly spending that money like that, that standard is going to get set. He said they claim AJ said if they claim it's a glitch, then their customers should get a refund. Yes. Yo, AJ got a point. Lord Blaze says, Shimbari ruined Dead or Alive. What's up, RMK? Yup. He said, what's up, Douglas? He said they also didn't renew the license in Dead or Alive 5. You can't buy her anymore in that game. That's crazy. He said, I haven't played it, so I wouldn't know much. Good thing I still got all the Dead or Alive games. Yeah, I have every last Dead or Alive game but the first game. I don't have the first game on PS1, but I have every last one. Even the Xbox Dead or Alive collection that allows you to play online for the original Xbox. I got the DS, the 3DS Dead or Alive. It was called Shattered Dimensions or Dead or Alive Dimensions. I still got that copy as well. I got every Dead or Alive except for the volleyball games. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. Like I said, I love the sexiness of the women, and like I said, I bought Dead or Alive, and I'm into the series because of the gameplay. So when the volleyball game came out, my cousin bought the volleyball game, and I played it, and I was like, it was boring. It was just fan service. There's nothing wrong. I love fan service. I love me some fan service. But it like underneath it, I'm looking for an arcade like volleyball game. The game wasn't even an arcade like volleyball game. Because I'm not a sports player. I don't really play sports, but I love arcade like sports, which is why I like Mario Tennis. I like the Sega All-Star Tennis. I like the Virtua Tennis on Dreamcast. I love the arcade style, like NBA Street. It's very arcade-like, you know what I'm saying? And I was hoping that Dead or Alive Extreme Volleyball was going to give me that, but with fan service. But it didn't give me that. It was just mini games and fan service. And I'm not a person that just plays fan service the game. So I had no interest, and I was disappointed in it. I said, because like I said, hot women, it dies off like the hype. After you play it for a while, you don't notice how hot the women are because you engrossed in the game. The hot women is just a bonus. You know what I'm saying? So the Dead or Alive Extreme, my cousin had it. He said, "Yo, I got the Dead or Alive Extreme." So I went around his house. Me and him played it, and I want to play the volleyball. And I was like, "Yo, the volleyball is not fun at all. It's not really engaging it or anything." The girls are hot and stuff, but I was like, I want to play volleyball too. I want to play volleyball while having hot women. But I want to play volleyball, and that game didn't give me that, so I wasn't really into it at all. So I never followed the Extreme Volleyball or whatever. It says Dead or Alive 2 was a great. Oh, I agree, Michael Wells. Dead or Alive 2, man, on Dreamcast, man, fucking awesome, man. I enjoyed Dead or Alive 2, 3, and 5. 2, 3, and 5 is my favorite. We played the fuck out of Dead or Alive 3 on the Xbox at game night. At game night, we did tag team. So everybody picked their team. We had like 40 niggas in the house. At my uncle, no, we did Dare Alive 4 at my house at game night, but we was at our uncle house. So it was my dad. When I say, I'm not lying to you guys, we had 40 niggas in the house, just jam packed in one room, playing Dead or Alive tag team, first to 50 games. So everybody got into their. We were flip a coin, so people get to who they can get. So everybody tried to team up with the best players and stuff like that. We had 40 niggas, pizza, wings, soda, you name it. And we used to play, and game night was every Wednesday or whatever, because my uncle worked for SEPTA, so he's off on Wednesday. So that's when we have game night. And game night, everybody used to go home, lab it up in their fighting game. Whatever competitive game, we used to lab it up. And what's so dope about it was, it's kind of like Dragon Ball Z, where everybody separate to go training, and then everybody hides their new tech. No one shares their new tech, because when game night came, everybody crowds around the TV, and everybody want to see how everybody leveled up. That's how it was, or whatever, during game night. And the funny part was, a lot of niggas was salty at game night when they get destroyed and everything like that. And then some niggas, grown ass men, crying in tears because they got destroyed and stuff like that. We were very competitive and stuff like that. It was a fun night, and it was for guys to bond. This was the only time that we all got together, man. Just full testosterone and men just bonding, and we just having a good time. It's just my friends, my cousins, uncles, and my dad. You know, so we had a good time. And Dead or Alive 3, Dead or Alive 2 and 3, with the Dreamcast, with Dead or Alive 2, and then we carried it on with Dead or Alive 3, man. And we used to pair it up, first to 50, 40 niggas in the room. We all used to pick our teams, and we used to get it the fuck in and just troll each other. We used to, we were just getting it in. We just had those moments, man. And when I say we used to get underneath each other's skin, we used to get underneath niggas' skin. That's like we would irritate each other and stuff. Call you a bum and stuff like that. Get off the fucking sticks, you bum. And like, we used to get it the fuck in. I remember this one time, my dad had this card, right? And it says shh on it. So the moment we put it on top of the TV, so when a nigga lost, right, and he start complaining, he start blaming the controller, because we had a lot of LTG niggas there too that would complain and cry and make excuses. And when a nigga lost, he like, oh man, my fucking sticks, man, the buttons wasn't working. And then my dad will point at the card that says shh, and my dad's like shh, and the nigga would get quiet. And then what happens is when the nigga lost, they would sit in the back of the room, and they be quiet and shit like that. So, take your ass in the back of the room right there. Dude, you had to been there. And the fun part about it is, we filmed some of that stuff. So, I want to show some of that stuff off to show you how fun game night was. Game night was fucking fun. And Dead or Alive was a highlight. Halo was a highlight. WCW versus NWO, World Tour and Revenge, and WCW, WrestleMania and No Mercy. And then, oh my God, Def Jam Vendetta Fight for New York, game night was fucking crazy, dog. I got stories for days. But yeah, man, that's the end of this article right here. That's all the topics. Now, I want to engage with the chat a bit before we start closing things up with today's episode. Dog, you had to been there. Like, game night was some of the most fun I've ever had in my life, man. And this is where I had good time with my cousins. Because like I said, my family's all over the place. But when we come together, man, we just had fun. And then, like I said before, when it came to Halo, Xbox revolutionized multiplayer gaming. Like, people don't give Xbox a lot of credit. But once Xbox, let me tell you something. I'm going to explain this about game night for a second. See, when 2D fighters used to be the thing at game night, we used to play a lot of 2D fighters. The first 2D fighter we used to play was called Fighting Masters. I'll show you Fighting Masters for a second. Fighting Masters was a game on the Sega Genesis. Let me tell you how competitive we fucking was when it came to fighting games. Back in the day, this is the early 90s, guys. I'm gonna show you Fighting Masters real quick on Sega Genesis. Sega Genesis. This is the game that we played at game night, where we had a bunch of niggas piled up in the house, playing this game. This is Fighting Masters.
Dang it.
Now, to also remind you, Street Fighter
Dang it.
was only in the arcades. It didn't hit the consoles yet. This is Fighting Masters. Now, what Fighting Masters is all about is a world tournament. It's think about Dragon Ball Super. Remember the tournament, the universe tournament where you had the fighters all over the universe, and if they lost and got eliminated, that was the end of their universe. That's what the concept for this. You had every fighter represented their universe or their planet. It's not their universe, but their planet. So what happened was when they died, when you killed the person, and here's the characters. This is what we played. You had Dirk. Now this dude, he was pretty much like the only human, and he's 57 feet tall. He's a giant and stuff like that. But he represents his planet. This was Dirk, and then you had Macedon. My uncle picked him. These were the characters. These are the characters right here. These are all the characters, and I'm gonna try to find my dad's character. This uppercut. And every time my dad used to win, my dad used to yell, uppercut! And then and my dad used to strike a pose when he does it. And then the nigga that he beat is sitting there salty, his eyes getting all watery because he about to cry. Like, yo, dude, it was just so funny. But this was the game that we played on Sega Genesis back in the day. We were competitive in this game. And remind you, at this time, I'm about like, what, 6? Maybe like 6 years old. So this is what we were playing. Now, the reason why I said this about the tournament, when you defeat the fighter right here, you see the fire in the background? That represented that their planet exploded because they lost. So you got hyped. You got hyped when you played this damn game. You got hyped because when you destroyed somebody, and you see that explosion, it means their planet was destroyed. Oh, the translation errors looks like. Okay. That represented that the game is on fire, period. Yeah, dude, we played this game every day. So yeah, game night started with this. Game night started with this, and then Bomberman for the SNES with the multi-tap. Bomberman took over for a bit. And then, like I said, Street Fighter. Then Street Fighter was the game. We didn't play no other competitive game but Street Fighter. We didn't do, and then every once in a while we would litter in Mortal Kombat. It was Mortal Kombat and Street Fighter. That's all we played at game night after a while. Mortal Kombat and Street Fighter. But that's when PlayStation came out. When PlayStation came out, that's when 3D fighters starting to become a thing. And Tekken was the first game that everybody went over to. Once Tekken came out, mostly my family at game night and everybody at game night, we didn't play 2D fighters no more, like 2D sprite fighters anymore. It was only 3D fighters. Tekken took over the house at game night. We didn't play nothing else. We abandoned Street Fighter and everything. The only time we went back to Street Fighter is when Street Fighter EX came out, because we were so addictive to 3D fighters that when Street Fighter went 3D, we all went back to Street Fighter and did Street Fighter EX, and we played that a long time at game night. But after that, Tekken just took over the household. Tekken 2 came out, then Tekken 3. That's all we played was Tekken. We didn't play any other competitive game. It was only Tekken, and then Soul Edge. Tekken and Soul Edge. That was the only games. It was only Namco fighters that we were playing at that point. We didn't get in. My dad and them, they didn't care for Street Fighter Alpha series. They didn't care for any of the 2D fighters. They didn't care for Darkstalkers. They didn't care for none of that. It was just Tekken in the house. Tekken and Soul Edge. That's all we were playing at that point. It was nothing else. And then after that, that's when the PS2 and that's when the Dreamcast came out. Once Dreamcast came out, I forgot something. Then we left the fighters alone. My fault. We left the fighters alone for a bit, and then we went to GoldenEye. We started doing GoldenEye, and we started doing then that's when we did Smash. Not Smash Bros. 64 didn't come yet. Then we did WCW versus NWO. 4 players. We did that. said, did you guys play any Sonic Adventure 2 multiplayer? What the fuck? Like, hell no. Hell, why would we play Sonic Adventure 2 multiplayer? No, that's not even a game to even play. When you got a bunch of high testosterone niggas super competitive, Sonic wasn't one of them. Sonic wasn't one of those games. But, yeah, so WCW versus NWO took over the house. Because 64, I forgot, I skipped a whole generation. 64 was that console. That's when we left the PlayStation alone for a bit, and we just did nothing but Nintendo 64. GoldenEye, and then we did WCW versus NWO World Tour and WCW versus NWO Revenge, and then we did we also did Star Fox 64 for a little bit as well. But those were the competitive games. Then when Smash Brothers came out for 64, it was a wrap. We didn't play nothing else. It was just Smash Brothers 64. It was WCW and Smash Brothers 64. That was the only fucking games that we was playing at that point. And then that's when WrestleMania and then No Mercy came out. But after Smash Brothers 64, my cousins and everybody, they didn't care for Smash Brothers Melee. They didn't. Matter of fact, they didn't like Super Smash Bros. Melee. They liked the 64 better. They were saying to them, Melee felt off to them. So we didn't play anything on GameCube. We didn't play anything on GameCube except Soul Calibur 2. Because when Soul Calibur 2 came out, that's when the crossover characters started becoming the thing. PS2 had Hayachi. Xbox, like I said, once Xbox came out, Xbox was the dominant console at game night. And Xbox had Spawn, and then GameCube had Link. So I bought the GameCube version. So we had 3 setups. We had 2 Xbox setups, and we had my GameCube set up. So if people wanted to play on the GameCube version, we would play. So we had multiple setups going on and stuff. But yeah, man, we didn't do the 2D fighters after a while. But once Dead or Alive came out on Dreamcast, bro, it was a wrap. It was a wrap. We didn't do Tekken no more. We didn't do none of that. It was just Dead or Alive, because it was 4 players, and we love to play 4-player games, especially if it's a fighting game that has a 4-player feature, and you're able to. That means more people can play at once and whatever like that. Because we had too many niggas in the house. So Dead or Alive was the game. Dead or Alive took over the household. We wasn't even playing Tekken no more. We stopped playing Tekken at the Tekken Tag Tournament 1 on the PS2. At the Tekken Tag Tournament 1, that was it for Tekken. We stopped playing Tekken. We never went back to Tekken ever again. It was just Dead or Alive in the house. Dead or Alive was the core game fighter at the time. He said a lot of Link's moveset got reused in 3, I think. Yeah, I think so too. We didn't do no Killer Instincts. Matter of fact, Killer Instincts was like at game night when we did have Killer Instincts going on. Not many of us. That was on like a separate setup, but no one really played it. A lot of us didn't really play Killer Instincts because we thought it was a knockoff Mortal Kombat. We rather played Mortal Kombat than Killer Instinct at the time. Even though like we did have it in the house in game night, but that was on a separate setup. And every once in a while we would go we'll go over there, play on that setup that we had set up for Killer Instincts, but we didn't really do a lot of Killer Instincts at all. It was more so Mortal Kombat. So a lot of us always thought Killer Instincts was just a knockoff Mortal Kombat. So we never really played Killer Instincts like that. We just stuck with Mortal Kombat. Especially when Mortal Kombat 3 came out and you started adding those fast ass combos and stuff like that. So what happened was, Dead or Alive was the game in the household. That's all we played at game night. And we followed the game. I didn't really Dead or Alive 4 didn't really. I don't know. Something about Dead or Alive 4. Dead or Alive 4 feels like Smash Bros. Wii U, because Smash Bros. Wii U wasn't really like my favorite Smash game. Smash Bros. Wii U felt more like a product than an actual game to me. It felt like a product. It didn't feel like a game. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. It was something about it. Even though I had some of my favorite characters make it in, I didn't play Smash Bros. Wii U that long. I really didn't. Matter of fact, for some reason, I'm not a handheld guy. But I played more of my Smash Bros. 3DS more than I played my Wii U Smash Bros. At the time or whatever. But Dead or Alive 4 also felt that way. We didn't really play a lot of 4 for some reason. But Dead or Alive 4 was the last Dead or Alive that we played. And then game night pretty much dissolved after that. Because now I was going to college. A lot of us, we became men. A lot of us started we working jobs, now have girlfriends, and some of us started getting our girlfriends pregnant early and started having families and shit. So a lot of that stuff started to dissolve. So Dead or Alive 4 was also a representation of where game night just ended. Dead or Alive 4 was that partying thing that pretty much like made everybody part their own way after that. So we didn't have game night like we used to. So we tried to gather online, like on Xbox Live or PlayStation Network, and we had those nights where we all get a lobby and stuff and play like Soul Calibur three. Was it Soul Calibur 4? Soul Calibur 4 wasn't even as fun. That felt like a product, especially we had Star Wars characters in Soul Calibur. It was the stupidest crossover. That shit didn't even look right. I wasn't really a fan of Soul Calibur 4 at all or whatever. Even though you was able to create your own character and stuff, it was Soul Calibur 4 felt like a product. Same way Smash Bros. Wii U felt to me. Yeah, good times don't last. You know what I'm saying? And oh, what's up, Sphinx? What's going on? What's going on, Sphinx? And yeah, man. Uh, I bought Dead or Alive 5 when I got to college. When I went back to college, when I returned back to college to get my degree. Dead or Alive 5 it came out, and my college friends, never played a Dead or Alive game before. I never even heard of a Dead or Alive game. I had it for Xbox 360, so I introduced them to Dead or Alive. And when I introduced them to Dead or Alive or whatever like that, they fell in love with it. And they don't really play fighting games. I introduced them to competitive fighting games, and them dudes got even better than me, cause they end up eating and sleeping the game, like these games or whatever like that. I even brought them into Smash Brothers, and because I showed them that documentary of the Smash Bros. Melee documentary, these dudes wanted to start playing Melee, so they went and bought Smash Bros. Melee. They went and bought it and wanted to learn how to actually do the wave dashing and all this other type of stuff like that. And I was proud of them. I was like a father or older brother that feel proud that their son or their younger brother is becoming men. But I introduced them to these competitive games because all they did was play Call of Duty. They would play some of the Souls games and stuff like that. But when I introduced them to Street Fighter Cross Tekken when that came out, Dead or Alive 5, and they just fell in love with fighting games at that. And I felt so proud because even when I came to their dorm room, they got Smash Brothers on, or they got some fighting game on that they're playing. Street Fighter Cross Tekken. They got Street Fighter Cross Tekken playing because they never really played fighters. Then PlayStation All Stars Battle Royale. We had a good time with that. These dudes, every time I come in, they lapping it up. I felt so proud because I said, "Yo, I introduced them to something, that they never thought they would play. They was more so into Call of Duty and stuff. You know what I'm saying?" So you just reminded me of that Deftone song, and it was this funny thing. After I got out, after I got out of college and stuff, it was this one friend that we had, this one homie, where he wasn't allowed to play Dead or Alive. His girlfriend didn't give him permission to play Dead or Alive because she felt offended by the female characters in Dead or Alive, and she seen it as her boyfriend cheating on her by playing that game. And it got bad to the point where we stopped calling him up to hang out with us to play the game. Anytime we played the game, because when he wanted to hang out with us, he expected us to bend to him whenever his girlfriend was disapproved of something. I'm like, no, dude, we're not doing that shit. Man up and stop fucking simping. Like, what the fuck? This is a guy's night. She's acting like we're going out fucking bitches. She act like we're going to strip clubs and fucking women and shit like that. No, we're playing fucking games. Like, man the fuck up. Stop fucking simping. And tell your woman to chill the fuck out. We playing a fucking game. But yeah, she felt insecure. She felt insecure of the chicks in the Dead or Alive chicks. Cause I remember one time she came in and saw us playing it. She's like, she had this disgust face because she never seen it before, and she seen us playing the game, and she got upset at it and shit like that. And every time he would pick the character, and when the girls bounce in their victory, you see their titties jiggle and shit like that. Man, she threw a fit. She threw a fucking fit. And also to remind you, the other guys, our girlfriends girlfriends didn't give a fuck. She was the only one that felt offended. These dudes like so now he could, as long as we was playing Dead or Alive, he wasn't allowed to come over. He wasn't allowed to come over as long as we was playing Dead or Alive. That's crazy. And then, but it wasn't just Dead or Alive. It was other things. After a while, we stopped inviting them to shit. We just stopped hanging with them. I'm like, dude, we're not gonna sit there like, who the hell is she? She's not hanging with us. You hanging out with the boys. This is crazy. They're not jailbait because they're actually adult age. I did a whole thing about that. So and then we are dealing more with Stellar Blade. Did she become a modern feminist? Oh, bro, let me tell you this time. And this is before this whole feminist thing started getting strong. I was in college. And I remember my girlfriend at college. And I wasn't expecting this. I was in my room with my boys. My girlfriend, and I'm in my homie's room. And all the guys were there with their girlfriends. All their girlfriends was in the room. My girlfriend wasn't in the room. She was in her room. She was in her room because she was finishing up her studies and stuff like that. So we're sitting there. I forgot we was watching something. I forgot we was watching on TV. We was watching something. I can't remember what we was watching, but we was all in the room watching, laughing and joking and stuff. Everybody, girlfriends, sitting on the bed or sitting on their boyfriend's lap and stuff like that. I'm in the room. So while we're sitting there, right? Oh my God. So there's a knock at the door. One of my homies get up. He opened the door. It's my girlfriend. She comes in and she has a paper plate, and she had 2 tuna fish sandwiches that she made for me. She made me sandwiches. I didn't ask her. She made them. She came in and said, "Hey, babe," he said, "I knew you was hungry and you said you wanted some tuna fish. So I made you some tuna fish sandwiches and stuff like that." And I was like, oh, this is mine? You said, yeah. What was you expecting? Like, yeah, like, baby, this was you wanted. I got you some major sandwiches, right? She made me the sandwiches. You should have seen my boys and their girlfriends, how disgusted they look. How they were disgusted. And then my boys are nervous because now their girlfriends are looking at them. Like, they looking at them. They say, "Oh man, we about to hear it. We are about to hear it." She made me a sandwich, and then she said, "You want anything to drink?" I was like, "Yeah, sure." I said, "What you got?" She said, "I got some lemonade and I got iced tea in my room." So I was like, "Okay." So she leaves. She goes in the room. She get the iced tea. And she comes back and she sits on my lap while I'm eating my sandwich and stuff like that, and she's holding my iced tea. Oh my God. My bros like, bro, yo, like we had to hear it that whole night when you left. The whole night. It says what the fuck he think he is, and all this other type of stuff, and I'll never do that, I'll never allow you to do that, and this, that, and the other. I was like, oh shit. He said that's when everything went downhill, bro. He said because your girlfriend set the bar, a bar the other girls did not want to meet. Yeah. She did set the bar. And like I said, if you new to this chat or new to the streams, man, that was the woman that I would have married. She was the woman I would have married. And like I said, the reason why I'm not with her now is because, like I said, she had a lot of personal issues with her family that her family brought onto her, which caused her GPA drop because she wasn't focusing and stuff. And then eventually the university dismissed her. So then it became a long distance relationship. So I broke it off with her. But that was the one girl that I let get away. But then eventually a whole thing, it got nasty. And I'll explain that with her or whatever like that. But to get to that point, yeah, man, yeah. And you're right about that. She set the bar. She set the bar for that for the expectations and stuff. And the thing about her, like, I did for her and she did for me. And she was a virgin. I took her virginity and everything. She was also a virgin. She was a virgin. I never pressured her. She wanted to lay down with me. She wanted to be my main girl of like that. And I was all for it. I was like, holy shit. I was like, damn, I got a version too. And when I say she was like when I say she wouldn't let me go, she wouldn't let me go. You know what I'm saying? And also I didn't only take her virginity, like I was like her first boyfriend, a black guy. So a lot of controversy behind that too when it came to her family and stuff, and also some of her friends on campus and stuff. You know, her being with a black guy and everything. But she was an amazing woman. She was an amazing woman. When I had my business class that I had to go to, where I had to dress up, you know, in business attire, I wouldn't ask her. She would iron my pants. She would iron my pants because she grew up old fashioned. She's like an old fashioned Christian family and stuff like that, and everything. And so she's taught to be like a wife and shit like that, and she's good with children. My daughter at the time, my daughter was about like what 3, maybe 4 years old. My daughter seen her when my parents went to take and drop me off on the campus. My daughter seen her, and my daughter didn't even know that was my girlfriend. My daughter just seen her and fell in love, and then she started playing with my daughter and stuff. And then when my daughter left, I remember my daughter was so cute. She was like 4, yeah, like I think she was around like 4, maybe 5, and because she was able to talk clearly, my daughter, and my daughter grabbed her and was trying to take her with with them to go back home. And she's like, "Daddy, can she go home with us?" I was like, "No, baby, she can't go home with us. She cannot go home with us." I said, "Plus, I gotta stay up here to start my semester and stuff." So my mom and dad was taking care of my daughter while I lived on campus and stuff. So I would see my daughter for the holidays and stuff like that when I come home or whatever. But my daughter wanted to snatch her up and take her home. My daughter, she bonded. So when I seen that, I said, "Yo, she's also have mommy potential too." I said, "Yo, I'm gonna end up marrying this woman getting out of school." Yeah, I was like, "Yo, I was like, yo, I don't know, man. Like, yo, this chick, she was fucking incredible, man. Soft spoken voice and everything. And what women fail to realize is y'all just want submissive women and this, that, and the third that y'all can run all over and stuff. Let me tell you something. Me and her hardly got into any arguments. When we did get into arguments, it wasn't because of something she did. It's because of her kind heart, where people would take advantage of her. People who claim to be her friend, and I would tell her, I said, "Yo, don't do that." I said, "Yo, this person is using you. Don't allow them to use you like that." And then she would go out and go do whatever favor that she would go do to a person that's supposed to be a friend, and that person end up, you know, throwing them under the bus and stuff like that. And then that comes back on me. I feel some type of way about that because you hurt my girlfriend, or you hurt her trust. You know, you misused her trust and stuff like that. You took advantage of her. So I would get angry and stuff. And I said, "Yo, why did you do that?" And said, "Yo, I told you that this was going to happen." And said, "You don't understand." And then she would get upset. "You don't understand. Like, you know, like I just want to help people, this and the other." So we get into arguments like that. You know what I'm saying? But I will tell you one thing. Why femininity is important, man. And women are losing that each and every day. Let me tell you what a feminine woman does. Let's look at Marvel for a second. Let's look at Marvel. This one particular character, the Incredible Hulk. The Incredible Hulk, one of the most powerful Marvel characters in the Marvel universe. Most powerful, right? I mean, he can defeat almost so many Marvel characters. You can't fuck with the Hulk. You got World Breaker Hulk. He can destroy planets and shit like that. But there's one person that can always bring him down and calm him down and to bring him back to civilize him. And who is that? Betty Ross, a woman. Every other Marvel character in the Marvel universe is afraid of the fucking Hulk. But the only person that can bring him down is Betty, a woman. Her femininity. Her femininity is able to defeat out of every other strong character. Betty Ross was able to go in there, and all she had to do is speak to him calmly, touch him softly, and nurture him. And that will bring him down. That's representation of what femininity can do. Yeah. The Black Widow thing, they added that was the movies. Because they didn't bring in Betty. They didn't bring in Betty Ross in the movie, so they used Black Widow as that substitute. So yeah. But Betty Ross, man, that was a power. That's power of femininity, man. Yeah, that's the power. That's the power of what femininity does. And then and women are ditching that. Women are replacing that and want to be masculine, want to be boss bitches, and want to be all that. Men want something nurturing. Men want something soft. You know what I'm saying? And the reason why I bring up Betty is because when there's times when we did get into arguments, I would raise my voice or whatever. Or when I was going through it, because when my baby mom found out that I was dating this woman at my college, my baby mom all of a sudden wanted to be a mother all of a sudden. Now she wanted to start calling up her daughter. She wanted to start calling up and checking on me and stuff like that. She wanted to do all these things or whatever like that. And then she would come. So my baby mom would call my phone just to fuck with me. Cause one time she got on there out of nowhere. We just having a conversation. I'm talking with my baby mom. And my baby mom was saying, because she heard my girlfriend in the background asking me, if I wanted anything to drink and stuff like that. And then she just started talking about my girlfriend, saying like that bitch would never replace me. I'm my daughter's mother and stuff. She'll never replace me as our daughter's mother. And she's calling all kinds of bitches and shit like that. I'm like, yo. So then, like, and this is the time where my baby mom was easily able to get under my skin. So I'm cussing her the fuck out, and I'm losing my shit. And then I punched the wall. I cracked the wall. I punched the wall and stuff, and it just made me mad. So all of a sudden, I hang the phone up or whatever. I hung the phone up on her, and then my girlfriend came over, and I'm sitting down. I'm just losing my mind, and she just came over, sat on my lap, and then she just grabbed me and just pulled me to her chest. Yo, that calmed me the fuck down. Like that calmed me down. She started talking to me softly and everything, telling me everything is gonna be okay. And she just started talking to me and stuff like that. And I was already going through a lot of stuff in my mind as it was, but just her soft voice and just her nurturing, holding me. Dog. I didn't know I needed that. I need damn, I really just needed to be held. You know what I'm saying? That's the power of a woman. That's the power of femininity. Like, what woman don't want that? Why would you ditch something like that to trade it in to be a boss bitch, an independent woman? Why would you ditch that? So I know, right? And we are looked like ethnic monsters for wanting something like that. The power of femininity, common man down. Yeah. So I remember a time when we did get into a heated argument. I was raising my voice when she started talking to me calmly, and she wasn't raising her voice. It made me put down I took down my voice. I'm like, yo, why I'm raising my voice to this woman? This woman's talking to me calmly. Her calm voice was speaking to me. She's speaking to my soul. Like, she's speaking to me. She's speaking to my soul. She's speaking to me calmly. So as she's speaking to me calmly, I'm noticing my voice is lowering, and then now I'm back at her level. And the next thing you know, we're just talking it out and stuff like that. Man, that woman was incredible, man. Yeah. He said, I can relate with my wife. And big game changer. That was a good one, man. She clearly was messed up by her family. Yeah. Yo, dog, she, and I won't put too, I'm not mentioning her name. So I can actually, yeah. She came from, she has a mother and father, but there's a lot of crazy stuff that was going on. She was touched by her brother and stuff like that. And there was all kinds of other stuff that was going on within that family. And stuff like that. And she has she has 7 siblings and stuff like that. And their family is she came from a poor family and stuff and everything. But I took care of that woman, man. I took care of that woman because her family couldn't afford to buy her certain things. Because I remember one time, because in college you got like a meal plan that lasts for the semester and stuff. And she didn't tell me. And the thing was, I already, at the time, college students, you're broke. You don't really have a lot of money when you're in college. You're trying to survive in college. So I have a meal plan that lasts me the whole semester and stuff. So I'm getting my full course meal. So I noticed every time she stays, every night she stays in my room. Because my roommate, one thing I like about my roommate was never in my room. And then every weekend he would go home. Because he only lived 2 hours away. So he would go home, and he had a job. So he would go home every weekend. So the weekend was just me and her. She would just come in my room. We laugh, joke, play, fuck. Well, I wouldn't say fuck because we was making love. Cause I made love to that woman. I made love to that woman. Like she was just incredible, or whatever. So I remember every time on a Saturday I would wake up and I would go get breakfast, but she would never come with me. She said, "No, I'm gonna go back to my room. I'll take a shower and then just meet me when you come back." I never noticed it, but one time I remember, it was dinner time or something like that. I decided not to eat at the cafeteria. I decided to bring the food back. So I'm eating, and I'm noticing she's watching me eat or whatever. But I said, "Yo, you want a piece of this cheesesteak?" She said, "No, I'm fine." And then her stomach started growling. Right, I heard her stomach. That's how loud it was. I was like, "Whoa, whoa, whoa!" I said, "Yo, babe, you sure you're not hungry?" She said, "No, I'm fine. It's that and the third." I said, "No, hold up. Did you even eat anything today?" That's why I should be asking. Did you eat anything today? And he said, "No." I said, "Why? Why you didn't eat anything?" Well, my family couldn't afford the meal plan for the weekend, so she wasn't eating nothing on the weekend. She was eating M&Ms that her roommate had and stuff like that. And I'm sitting there, and I'm like, "Are you serious? So you mean to tell me every weekend when I go out to the cafeteria, you wasn't eating nothing? You were just snacking on M&Ms and whatever that was in that refrigerator the whole time?" And then I said, "Why you didn't tell me?" I said, "Babe, why you didn't tell me that?" "Well, I didn't want to be a burden." Now that's what I respect about her. She never wanted to take anything that she felt as though she was being a burden with and just throw it on my lap. But as long as you my woman, no, you tell me what, yo, what is it? Like, what's wrong? So I was like, "No, hell with that. You want to eat? I'll use my extra, like I had an extra meal for that day or whatever like that." And she said, "No, I don't want you wasting that. You can save it when you get to finals and stuff like that. I don't want you wasting." Like, no, 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 no. You my girlfriend. You my woman. There's no way in the world I'm gonna sit there and eat in front of you and you didn't eat nothing at all this weekend. No, hell with that. Oh, let's get our jackets on. We going back to the cafeteria. We going back to the cafeteria. But I love that, like, she didn't want to put that on me. Because she's seen it like that's not your responsibility. But I said, "Yo, as long as you my woman, no, that is my responsibility. Like, I can't sit there and have you like not eat or whatever like that. What the fuck?" So yeah, I took her back to the cafeteria. I said, "Yo, babe, pick what you want. It's on me. It's on my meal plan. Go ahead." You know what I'm saying? And even with the little bit of money that I did have, I took care of that woman. Even with the little bit that I had. So what happened was, then after that, I remember one time, she got out of the shower or whatever. And I remember she had cuts on her ankle. I saw her foot. I was like, "Yo, babe, what's up with all them cuts on your ankle? Like, when did you?" It was fresh. It was a fresh cut. So then I wrote, and then so I looked at her sneakers that she had. The plastic, she wore them so much the inside was ripped, so the plastic was cutting her ankles and shit like that. And her parents couldn't afford her to get her sneakers. So I said, "All right, yo." I said, "We gotta go to the mall." And she said, "No, you're not gonna do that." She said, "Brian, you're not gonna do that. You're not gonna do that." I said, "No." Like, so it was my birthday. It was it wasn't my birthday. I had extra money that came in from my my refund check and stuff like that. I had like $800 or whatever. He said, "Are you the singer of Outkast?" Yeah. So she started saying. So I was like, "No, we gonna go to the mall or whatever like that." So we end up going to the mall. Going to the mall, and this is what I love about my women. I treat my women like personal Barbie dolls. I like to dress them the fuck up. Cause my girlfriend, she was already cute or whatever like that. But man, and what I liked about her was she was willing to see when you're in a relationship when it comes to men and women. As a man, you're supposed to be able to mold your woman to fit you. It's not the other way around. Women today is trying to fix and mold men to fit her. No, it doesn't work that way. You can call it sexist, misogynist, or whatever you want to call it, but men were made to be leaders and stuff. If you watch, it's a show called For My Man. Women will follow a dickhead. Women will follow a fuckboy. Will run into a fuckboy and sell drugs for him, run guns, will do everything for this man. Even the most dangerous men, women will follow because it shows that men are meant to be leaders and their woman's supposed to follow them or whatever like that. But women will follow the most fucked up men. So I'm not trying to destroy this woman. I'm trying to help. I'm trying to help build this woman. So I'm trying to. She's a woman's like clay. You mold her. You mold her to fit you. You know what I'm saying? So and the thing is, but your woman has to allow you to be. It has to be acceptable for that. Women today, you can't mold. You can't tell me what to do. I have autonomy over myself and all this other type of stuff. And then they wonder why they fucking single. They wonder why. But this woman right here, she allowed me to mold her and stuff. Even when it came down to the things that I like to see my woman in everything. She wanted to conform to wherever it was because she seen the value in me and she seen the worth in me. And our relationship was fine compared to other relationships. And plus, I always do for that woman. I will give that woman the world. You know what I'm saying? Because I never when I was to compare my baby mom didn't do shit for me. My baby mom was fucking selfish as fuck. I did everything for her. And the thing is, I don't do things to expect things back in return. But if we're in a relationship or whatever like that, you constantly just keep doing and doing, but the other person is not reciprocating that, you're getting taken advantage of. You know what I'm saying? So when it came to her, I took her shopping. Man, I said, yo, get some chucks, get some sneakers, and get some heels. I got her 3 pairs of heels, sexy heels. Because she wanted to know the things that I like. She knew I have a foot fetish, or like that, because she always give me a lot of foot jobs and stuff like that. So even when it came down to sex, I'm able to mold her when it came to sex. Like, she was the best sex. She was a virgin. But since she was a virgin, she was able to conform into the things that I like. And she was willing to do that. That's why, man, and she was a sex machine, man. I thought I was a sex machine. Man, she wanted it every day. Every night she wanted it. Even when I had no more to give. I'm like, yo, I need to recover. Like, I got no more juice to give you right now. Right now, it's just my dick is just tender. It's just I'm just doing it just to do it. And this shit is my dick is hurting. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I took her shopping. And the thing is, like, I like my women very, very. I love my women very, very classy looking. And let me see something. Just to give you example. Give you example. Yeah, I'll give you example. Mm-mm. Yeah, but yeah, man. So I took her shopping. I took her shopping. Man, I got her skirts. I gave her dress shirts. Got her some jeans, and got her a lot of stockings and pantyhose. 'Cause I love women in stockings and pantyhose. Like I said, my foot fetish thing just goes crazy or whatever like that. But man, I took her shopping, and it also boosted her confidence because she was like a very plain dressing girl because our parents couldn't really afford things. But she was very beautiful, man, very beautiful. But she was very plain dressing because she couldn't afford those things. Or sometimes her roommate would share clothes with her, so she would dress up or whatever like that. But once I got done, bro, oh man, she loved it. She fucking loved it. She kept looking in the mirror. She couldn't believe it was her. And niggas at my school, it got to the point where her roommate started getting jealous and whatever like that. Because once I got her her shoes, got her sneakers, and got her all that type of stuff, I took her shopping. She came back and she put that shit on. When she started walking in campus, niggas was turning their heads like, damn, is that her? No, that can't be the same girl. That can't be. And I'm proud. She got her arms, no, clenched around my arm or whatever like that. And I'm walking with her to class because we was in the same building together and stuff. And you see nothing but chicks looking like, yo, that can't be the same girl. That can't be her. And niggas is like, damn. And like I said, and she was a country girl. So she had that Tina from Dead or Alive. She had that accent. She's a country girl. And this chick is strong too, cause her family they go hunting, chop firewood. They do all that type of stuff. You know, so she did a lot of that stuff, fishing, everything. So she had that country girl accent. So niggas is looking like, so niggas is like, yo, like, no, that can't be the same girl. That can't be the same girl. And all the girls looking like, yo, no, that's her. Like they couldn't believe it. We walking and everybody eyes are on us. I got her in the cafeteria, and she felt so good because there's another thing. She didn't really think highly of herself because of the things she'd been through in her life and stuff. But she couldn't help. She kept looking at herself, and she just kept thinking me. And man, you know, we got it in that night too. But that was something that she needed at that time, and something that she wanted. And I changed her life, man. I really did. And yeah, man. So then her roommate, and this is the thing about her roommate started getting jealous or whatever like that, because our roommate, one time I came in the room and my girlfriend wasn't there, but her roommate allowed me to come in or whatever. So I'm like, all right, I'll come in. She says, yeah, she'll be here in a few minutes. And I'm just sitting there, and then her roommate is in the room. She's doing her homework and stuff. So I sit down for a minute. So my pants kind of like went down a little bit, so he was able to see my boxer briefs. And she's like, "Ooh, blue underwear." And I'm like, "What?" I'm like, "Oh." So I lift up my pants and shit like that. And she started giggling and shit. And I was awkward. It was awkward as shit. I'm still trying to gather the stuff. Hold, give me a second, guys. It was awkward. Cause I was like, okay. I said, hopefully my girlfriend get here. If she's not gonna get here, I said to her, I said, look, maybe I should just leave and stuff, because I'm not sitting in there. I felt awkward, and then she was looking at my underwear and shit like that. That was really awkward. And I said, I don't think I want to sit through this shit. So so after that, my roommate finally my girlfriend finally comes in and stuff, and me and her get to talking, and you can just see her face, looking at my girlfriend, looking her up and down how she dressed and stuff now, and you see the disgust on her face, or you see like the jealousy, and she sees how I hug my girl, I kiss on her forehead, I'm holding her and stuff like that, and how I make a big deal out of her, and she makes a big deal out of me, of like that. You can feel the envy and stuff. And I remember there's times where I came in the room, I would go in the room with my girlfriend, because my girlfriend had to grab her books before we go to class. Her roommate would be in here with these other girls, and the more I remember this, I walked in the room, they got quiet, and then when they got quiet, they looked at me and they say, "Hey." I was like, "Yo, don't you?" I said, "Don't look at me." I said, "Whatever conversation you had, resume." They wouldn't resume because they was talking about us, and that's why their eyes got all big when we walked in the room, because they was talking shit. They was talking shit. Yeah, yeah. They was talking shit about my girlfriend, and she was talking shit about me, or whatever like that. Then what happened was, one day my girlfriend come back to my room. My girlfriend was upset, so I was like, "Babe, what's wrong?" She said, I got into a argument. I got into an argument with my roommate. And I was like, why? I said, why was you arguing with your roommate? Because she was saying that, that you're a bad influence over me. I'm like, how is that? She said, her and her friends were saying that, that I'm trying to dress you like a whore and shit like that. Like, this is not you. You don't dress like that. It's like, he just wants you to look like a whore and all this other type of stuff. These bitches was like fucking hating, dog. These bitches was fucking hating. And then what also proved it too, that they was jealous of her, because when they actually started having a conversation, she kept saying to my girlfriend, "How did you get a black guy?" or whatever like that. And she was like, "What do you mean how I got one?" She was like, "I just talked to him. I'm just being me." And she's like, "I wish I had a black guy." That's what it's all about. They were just upset that she had a black guy and they didn't. That's what that shit was all about. That's what this shit was all about. And then it got worse. And then the thing that really set things off is when one time we went back to the dorm room, and you can, if you wasn't in the room but you want somebody to leave like a note or a message, you would have like a message board on your door, and then people could take the marker and write on it. So when we went back to her room one time, on her door somebody had a picture of a hangman on a noose, and it had nigger lover on there. They had nigger lover on there. They called her a nigger lover and stuff. So my girl was upset. I didn't get upset. I wasn't even upset. I was more so smirking and laughing. I said, "Yo, it's like these niggas." I said, "Yo, these motherfuckers is hating like a motherfucker." So I took it as a compliment. I said these motherfuckers is hating. So what happened was we got the RA, the N, there was the NA, they call them the NA on the floor. Your RN, no RN, got the RN on our floor, and I showed it to them. I was like, yo, I said y'all better figure out who put this on here, cause I'm warning y'all right now. Because if I catch this person, it ain't going to end well. I'm telling you that right now. So y'all better figure out who did that shit. But I'm telling you right now, it was her roommate. Her roommate did that. Her roommate tried to act dumb when she asked her roommate, do she know anybody who would do something like that? And she was acting all fidgety and shit like that. That her roommate and them girls had did that shit or whatever like that because they was fucking hating. And then the last straw, because I didn't say nothing to her girlfriend, because I said, yo, that's your friend. And this is the thing that was the only issue that I had with my girlfriend, because she was too nice. And she never wanted to get into any altercation with people. So I said, yo, talk to your girlfriend. Because now your girlfriend getting mad, disrespectful or whatever like that. Because if you don't talk to her, I'm going to talk to her. Gambling with it. Yeah, he said I'm gambling with the terms of service. Oh, yeah. So I told her girlfriend, I told my girlfriend, like, yo, you better talk to your roommate, because if you don't talk to your roommate, I'm going to talk to her. I'm going to talk to her. So you better talk to her, babe. I'm telling you that right now. You said this is the time that you need to have a backbone and stop letting people talk and start walking all over you. I said this, and I said if we're gonna have problems in this relationship, this is what the problem's gonna be. You're gonna put our relationship on the line for other people because you don't want to say no to people. Because other than that, she was a good woman. It's just that she would take the shirt off her back to give to people, and that's a good virtue or a quality to have. But you got to be smart about it and know when people's going to take advantage of you, because she would be the type of woman where if you don't have it like that financially at the moment, she would go in there and take your last to give it to somebody else because she feels that somebody else need it more than us and put us at stake. So that's the only problem I see I would have with her, because she don't want to listen. She wants to just do that or whatever like that. And that's a trait that it's a fault to that. You know, there's nothing wrong with being a nice person and stuff like that, but you gotta have some sense. You have to have some sense as well. So I told her roommate, I told her like, yo, if you don't talk to her, I'm gonna talk to her, because this is shit like now she getting reckless, and she got a boyfriend. I said, yo, if her boyfriend got a problem, he can speak with me. I'm not scared of these motherfuckers up here. So what happened was, how I ended up confronting her roommate was because one day my boy Luke and my friend Sir Science came to my room. And what happened was there was like this big campus party that was going on. And what happened was she was like, my boy Luke came in. We was doing a Mugen video. Or was it a Mugen? It was doing a YouTube video. And my boy Luke, he's a music major. So he's like, yo, why don't you walk to me to, the music side of the campus, so you can go back to the to get the audio equipment, the mics and stuff like that, and get the tuner and everything like that, so we can do some recording and everything. So what happened was I ordered pizza. I ordered some pizza, and the pizza from Pizza Hut was on its way to the campus, to my dorm room. So I said, yo, let's hurry up and get the stuff, and we'll bring it back or whatever like that before the pizza get here. So my friend Sir Science stayed in the room with my girlfriend while he was getting everything ready with the YouTube, to get the YouTube, Sony Vegas ready. He was getting the Sony Vegas ready and everything, and my girlfriend was in the room reading her book or whatever. So me and Luke hurried and ran down there. We had to go into the other end of campus. So before you get to the music department, you have the hut. The hut is where the parties and stuff is at. So he said, what if they left a drawing of a foot? Y'all guys they're retarded. Yeah. So kind of need one that got away. Yeah. So what happened was, you have to go past the hut in order to get to that department. So guess who we run into? We run into her roommate. Her roommate is at the party or whatever. So all of a sudden, my friend Luke also knows her too. So we sitting there talking with her for a bit. He's out there for like 10 minutes. He was talking with her or like they have the same class together and all this other type of stuff. So her roommate said, "Hey Brian," I said, "Oh hey, how you doing?" This, that, and the third. So after that, she gives me this weird look. Didn't say nothing. I didn't think nothing of it. So me and my boy Luke, we go up, get the equipment, and then we walk back. By the time we get back, the pizza's there. So me, my girlfriend, Sir Science, and Luke, we all eating pizza and stuff, and we about to record for the video for my YouTube channel and stuff like that. Because he was like a special, he was gonna be a guest on the channel or whatever. So what happened was later on that night, she gets a phone call, a text message. So my girlfriend leaves the room. She's in the hallway. Then when I look, she's upset or whatever like that. I'm like, what? I'm like, why the fuck is she upset? Like, what's going on? So I go in the hallway, I ask my girl, I'm like, yo, I'm like, babe, you all right? Everything cool? Because I held her. I'm like, babe, you all right? Everything good? And she said I was talking to my roommate. So I was like, oh shit, like what the fuck going on now? I thought it was her typical her going through with her roommate. I said, so everything cool? She said, it's about you. I said, about me? So I said, what did she say? And she said she saw you up at the hut, you know, dancing with these girls, and you had your arm wrapped around this other girl and all this other type of stuff like that. I was like, what? I said, and then I started getting a flashback of when she gave me that look when we walked up to the hut. I never went inside the hut. To remind you, we outside the hut. Luke is talking with her. I'm just on the side just waiting so we can go get the equipment and leave and stuff. She gives me the look. She goes back and tells my girlfriend that she saw me at the hut with my arm around another bitch. Now, my girlfriend said, I don't believe her or whatever like that. I'm trying to understand why would she say something like that. We were cool. So I was like, you know what? Fuck that. I was like, give me your phone. She said, no. So I was like, all right, cool. So I didn't take my girlfriend's phone. I went to my boy Luke, because my boy Luke knows her. So I was like, yo, what's her number? He gave me her number. So I was like, yo. So she put the phone thinking it's Luke. I said, yo. She like, who this? I said, yo, it's Brian. I said, it's Brian. Your roommate's boyfriend or like that. Keep my name out your fucking mouth. And I said, I can't believe you went out there and you lied to my fucking girlfriend and told me I was at some place that I said I wasn't going to be. And then you told her I would have my arms around some other bitch. I'm like, yo, I do. I started snapping out or like that. I said, yo, if you got a problem with what I said, get your fucking man. But keep my name out your fucking mouth. We're going to be a fucking problem. So, after that, dog, I had no fucking problem out of her. Yeah. So you weren't the accessory they thought you were. Yeah. Said this story is good. You making me miss the Sixers game. Yeah. So I'm like, I'm fucking pissed. I'm like, yo, this bitch is really. I said, these bitches really trying to sabotage my relationship and stuff. And luckily, my woman, she can think for herself and not listen to her fucking friend because she knows. Because like I said, this is the different thing about relationships nowadays. There's too many women out there who's listening to their fucking jealous ass girlfriends, or their single friends who are fucking miserable, and they would listen to them. And they would listen to them over their man, especially when their man never gave them a reason to not trust them. They would still listen to their girlfriend. But luckily, my woman, and that Marcel partly had to probably do that. She was a virgin, and I took her virginity and everything. So we have that tightness to each other, and whatever. So luckily, she was able to think for herself and not take her word for it. She was more so upset and said, "Yo, why is my friend / roommate? Why is she going through this extra length and stuff like that?" That's what she's hurt and upset about. So I nipped that shit in the bud. I nipped it in the bud. Oh, what's up, Locust? He said, "Hear that? The MCU is making it so." Yeah, we're gonna talk about that. We're gonna talk about that in the video. I'm gonna make a video about that later. Yeah. So did you watch Good Times? No. I didn't bother watching the trailer. I'm good. It's like the thumbnail looked like garbage. Yeah. So when that happened, that's the last time I had to deal with her fucking roommate. She avoided me. She fucking avoided me. And another thing that pissed her off, because one time, man, me and my girl, we was fucking we was love making so much. Not only it was so, we was doing it so much in my room that the girls that lived next door to us, they kept hitting on the wall. Cause I was tearing her ass up. And they would hit on the wall and I would hear them chuckle. The girls would chuckle in the other room. And then every time I used to come out, the two white girls that would come out, they would look at me and stuff, cause they be hearing us next door. But then sometimes I would stay at her room, and we were doing it in there. So I remember one time we was getting in so much, man. I ran out of magnums. I ran out of them joints. I just ran out. We didn't have so. She was like, we can still. Like, no, we ain't. She was trying to convince me. She was trying to convince me that we can still do it. I said, no, I'm not fucking you without. I'm not doing anything without you. Doing anything to you without a condom. I can't right now. I can't afford to have another kid. I like look, as much as I do want to, to have more kids and stuff. Right now, I just made it back to college, and I'm trying to get my degree, and it wouldn't be fair to you either. Like, you have a whole future ahead of you. I'm not trying to knock you up, like, because she wanted to be a veterinarian. She loved animals and stuff like that. And I said, what kind of man, what kind of person will I be to knock you up? Because she wanted to have my baby bad. She kept trying to talk to me about having the baby and stuff. She wanted to have my baby bad. And I said, no, babe, like, yo. And remind you, I went back to college. I was 23. Let me see. I was 23, and she was 18, about to turn 19 at the time. I was 23. She was 18, going on 19 when we got together or whatever like that. So this chick was just like clamped to me, like glue or whatever like that. So after that, after all that was said and done, she kept trying to convince me about that. But I was like, no. I said, babe, I'm not gonna do that to you. I said, yo, you got a whole future ahead of you, and I wouldn't want to take that from you by giving you a child and stuff, because you're gonna have to be a mother, and I want to be a father and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? And you shouldn't want to have that responsibility that early. And plus, yo, that's more money I have to kick out. You know what I'm saying? Right now, I'm like, I'm barely making it through college right now with the finances that I have, and I already have a 5-year-old at home, and then I'm about to then welcome in another child on top of that, and I haven't really got my life and foundation in line yet. Yeah, shit, you better than me, man. I damn near never use protection with my girl, my ex. Yeah, man, like, no, man, like, kids is not, like, you have to really think about that, man. Kids is it's a serious thing, man. And the reason why we got a lot of these problems now is because people are so horny, men and women. It's not just men, it's women too. Women are more so the culprits of it too, is because they're the gatekeepers of sex. Their womb is sacred. They supposed to treat their womb as if it's sacred. You know what I'm saying? Like that's a sacred thing, their womb. And women are just giving their wombs out to any and every nigga that they run into. You know what I'm saying? So even when it come to me, yo, it's hard. Especially when I was growing, like, being a young father, being a father, that shit is rough, man. Especially when you don't have it like that financially. You know what I'm saying? So it was tough being a father, and luckily I had the support system of my mother and father and my brothers and my sister. They helped me raise my child and stuff like that, because I didn't have it like that. And plus, I'm in college trying to better myself, so I can be able to provide for my daughter. So luckily I had the support system, but a lot of people out there don't have that support. This is why family is important, guys. This is why the single mother stuff, broken families, there wouldn't be a lot of struggle if families were together. Because I would have struggled if I didn't have my mom and dad and my siblings that helped me raise my daughter at that time. My parents was allowed me to be able to go to school, get what I needed, and come out. And I had that time to build the resources that I need, so I can 100% do what I need to do for my own child. So I'm already factoring that in. I said, yo, I can't afford that. On top of that, you want to have my baby and stuff. I said, yo, you about to be a sophomore. Like, yo, you're not even. It's one thing if you're a junior or a senior, you about to graduate. That's one thing. Fine, let's go make a baby and stuff like that. Let's get married, make a baby, or you be my fiance by the time we get out of college. Now, by the time you out of college, you my fiance, we get married, have kids. I'm all for that. You know what I'm saying? But no, you're a freshman going on a sophomore or whatever like that. No, we can't. I can't do this. Oh, what's up, Rudy? What's up, Nova? Yeah, I said, yo, I said, I can't do that. I said, that's not fair to you. I would not pop a baby in you. You know what I'm saying? No matter how bad she wanted it, I said I would never pop a baby in you like that. You know what I'm saying? So I said, trust me, I'm a father. Like this shit is no joke. This shit is no joke at all. So she was upset for a minute, but she understood. She understood where I was coming from. You know what I'm saying? So After that, one second, guys, just grabbing some stuff. Um, so yeah, after that, man. As I said before, things didn't work out. Not because of who she is as a woman. It was just a lot of factors that dealt with her family. Because one time, because her mom was still popping out babies. Her mom was still popping out babies. And when she told me the story about her mom wanted to finish college for psychology and stuff, but that ended when she got pregnant, and she ended up having 7 fucking kids. And so she ended up, not being able to pursue that and stuff. And now she got a bunch of kids and stuff. And I was like, yo, like, I wouldn't want to do that to you either. You know what I'm saying? Like, no, like, get what you need to get done. And then we'll talk about, family and stuff. I would love for her to have my babies, but I also got to be smart too. I also got to be smart about the whole thing. And I'm saying this to a lot of you young men out there, man. Don't think with your dick, man. Stop. It's not worth it, man. Stop thinking with your dick. This is why there's a lot of simping going on, because niggas look at a chick and their dicks is hard. And when see, the thing is, what women don't understand, men, we were built this way. We were designed this way to lay or spread our seeds everywhere. And what's going on is, with OnlyFans, we constantly seeing porn everywhere, adult content everywhere, man, and it's triggering that biology that men have to want to spread his seed. So you turn around, your dick is hard every 5 minutes. And so when your dick is hard, you don't think. All you're thinking about is you want to let these seeds out of you. And what do they call that? They call it, what's it called? Post nut what do they call that? Post nut regret or something like that. You ever have sex with a chick and then you after you bust a nut and you like this, damn, why the fuck did I do this? You like why? Like, especially when it's not even that good, especially if it's not even that good either. But yeah, what's it called? Post nut something. Post nut clarity. I'll talk about that in a second. Headmaster, porn addiction and stuff. I'll talk about that in a second. Yeah. So what happened was, I was like, you get that post nut clarity, because the reason why you get that post nut clarity, at that time your dick was so hard, you was so horny. All you thinking about is, yo, I gotta release this nut. And once you release that nut, you like your common sense come back again, and you like why the fuck? You're like, damn, like why the fuck did I do this? Like, and that's powerful. And the thing is, what doesn't help is the internet. You constantly seeing naked women all the time. You constantly seeing porn everywhere. You constantly seeing everything. So all that is being triggered. And that's why simping is going on. A lot of simping is going on because niggas' dicks is constantly hard. And all they're thinking about is like, yo, I need to get this nut off. I need to get it off. That's all niggas are thinking about. You know what I'm saying? And then this is the thing too, I gotta tell you fellas. Because there's a lot of you guys out there that also don't understand, because you're thinking with your dicks. Because a lot of y'all niggas out there, y'all think y'all in love. A lot of y'all not really in love with these chicks. A lot of y'all think some of y'all think y'all in love. No, that's your dick talking. You gotta understand the difference of what that is. Cause some of y'all are conflating like, yo, I'm really feeling this joint. It's like, yo, I can't let her go. No, nigga, that pussy is so good. That's what you're thinking about. You're not even thinking about she can be a shitty. Because the thing is, she's a shitty person, but you can't let her go because you thinking with your dick and you thinking you in love. You're not in love. You just in love with the pussy or whatever like that. She shit all over your life, fuck your whole life, turn your life upside down, and you can't seem to let her go because that pussy is got you so crazy. And you thinking you in love, you're not in love, man. That's your dick talking at that point. You have to understand and not conflate the two. Do you really love this woman? And the question is, the best question to ask about if you love this woman, what do you love about her? Besides the sex. Name some things, think about some things that you love about her. If you can't come up with anything that's solid, then you don't love her. You don't love her at all. You just love the sex that she's giving you. And that's what a lot of these dudes are falling into. They falling into like, yo, the pussy is good. It's so damn good. And niggas get trapped up. Niggas get caught up, man. That's how a lot of these niggas end up in jail because they murdered some nigga over some bitch because he's thinking with his dick. His dick got him going crazy. You know what I'm saying? So this is why we in the situation that we in right now when it comes to this, man. And this definitely has to change, man. We this definitely have to change, and that's why this red pill community, it does have its merits, but at the same time, we also gotta teach men how to control their dick when it comes to stuff and think, because man, one failed mistake, man, you can destroy your whole life and your whole career. You can destroy everything over pussy. Pussy is a career ender, a life ender, because one day you decide to think with your dick and fuck some chick, and now that chick turn your life into a living hell because you got her pregnant. And then if you're a wealthy person or you got something going for yourself, she wants to take everything from you. All because you wanted to spend that one night to decide not to wear protection. Don't ever let a woman convince you not to put something on. And because my motto is, I always had this motto. That if I don't have any condoms on me, then we ain't fucking. We can do other things. You can suck my dick. You can give me a foot job. We can do everything else. But we not fucking. We not. And that's why I don't have a bunch of babies everywhere. I stuck to that motto. I carry condoms with me because just like the woman said in Aliens vs. Predator, they asked her, why do you have a gun? And the chick said, yo, a gun is a gun is like a condom. It's better to have one than to not have one at all. You know what I'm saying? It's better to have one than to not have one at all. You know what I'm saying? So that's how you should treat condoms. It's better to have it than to not have it at all. And if that's not happening, if I don't have no condom on me, then we not fucking. I never. Only woman I fucked raw was my baby mom, of course. But you merely adopted it. AJ's stupid. But yeah. So that's why for me, man, I don't have any other kids anywhere. I don't make a bunch of babies and shit like that. And a lot of women are surprised. Cause another thing too, women stereotype dudes. Cause women, a couple of chicks thought I was a fuck boy. Thought I had a bunch of baby moms everywhere. And a lot of women get surprised. I said, no, I only got one daughter. And a lot of them will come out and say, I'm gonna be honest with you, I thought you had like 6 or 7 kids. No, I'm not stupid. I'm not going around making a bunch of babies. That's nightmares. Especially the worst thing you can do as a man, and it's another thing that niggas always fail too. See, a lot of you niggas out there, what y'all would do is, you would meet a chick, and you already know that this is a chick that you're just gonna fuck. And even she knows that she's just a fuck toy, that she's just being fucked. But the problem with a lot of niggas is, you get so comfortable in the pussy. You get so comfortable in it where you start getting reckless. You start getting comfortable. And then you start not wearing condoms with this chick. And you already have in your head that you really don't want this chick. And this is where niggas mess up. You got in your head that you really don't want to be with this chick long term. You just in it for the pussy. And she knows you in it for the pussy. But the thing is, she's so hooked to you, she don't want to let you go. So she's going to play along with it as long as she can. Your dumbass decide to start going in it raw. Your dumbass. You go in it raw, then she gets pregnant. She already wants you as it is. She's obsessed with you. Because she loves your whole persona, your whole aesthetic. She loves the bad boy look or whatever it is about you she likes about you. She don't want you to go. So she's happy that she's pregnant. She's happy that she's pregnant. Now she know that she got you. You locked in, nigga. You locked in. And now you ask her and you tell her, yo, abort that baby. You think that she gonna abort that baby? Hell no. She's not gonna abort that. She finally got you. She trapped you. She's gonna keep that baby. She don't really want the baby. Most of the time, she really don't want that baby. But she's only gonna keep that baby because she wants to keep you. And she don't care how she keeps you. She don't care. As long as as long as that baby exists, she's always connected to you. So she's gonna keep that baby no matter what. And which shows that she really don't care about the baby, she uses the baby as leverage against you. Child support. She goes on social media talking shit about you because she wants to control you. She wants to beat you into submission to stay with her. No, you're going to stay with me. And that's what she's trying to do. That's why she throws a fit. The moment that you want to move on to another chick, she start throwing a fit and start using that child as a weapon because she don't really care about the child. She wants you that bad. She's going to use that child as leverage against you and make your life a living hell. Oh, thanks Nerdcast for subscribing. She's gonna make your life a living hell. That's what she's gonna do to you. She's gonna make your life a living hell because she wants you. She's throwing a temper tantrum that you won't be with her. She can be crazy. Like most of the time, like this chick is not good for you. You just want to fuck her. But the worst thing you can do as a man is fuck a chick that you don't really want to be with, because then you stuck with her now because of that child. She's gonna make your life a living hell, and that's what a lot of y'all niggas are going through. You knocking up chicks that you really don't want to be with, and you're being stupid about it. You're being fucking stupid. Why are you doing that to yourself? You like get in and get out. If anything, don't stay for too long. Don't stay for too long. Y'all dudes want to live and swim in the pussy. Y'all want to swim in it, backstroke and everything. You want to live in it. But if you have no plans on taking any farther, the longer you stay, the more of the mistake is going to happen. Mistakes and accidents are going to happen the longer you stay in there. Because there's one chick that I used to fuck with, and she was a nice chick, but she wasn't like girlfriend material. She wasn't wife material, but she was something I was having fun with, or whatever like that. And and this is the thing about me. I let a chick know, like, yo, like, I don't want to be your boyfriend. I let a chick know because I'm too old for this shit. I ain't trying to play no games. I already let her know, like, yo, this is not what we're gonna do. I'm not looking for no relationship. I'm just looking to have some fun. I says, now it's up to you. I put the cards on the table. You don't have to take this. We can just be friends and keep it moving. She got mad. She got upset. You think I'm some slut? You think I'm some whore? Da 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 da. She banged on me. Didn't hear from him for a couple days. She comes back and contact me. Say, listen, I want to apologize. I was being a bitch or whatever like that. He said, yeah, I'll take you up on that. He said, we are adults and stuff like that. I don't mind. We can have some fun and stuff like that. We'll just keep it like that and all this other type of stuff. So we started fucking every month. And the thing was, she would come down to see me. I wouldn't go down there to see her. She would drive down to see me. She never came to my house to see my daughter. And that's another thing. I don't play that with my daughter. My daughter don't know any of the women that I've been with. The only way a woman's going to see my daughter is if, this is the one. Because that damages children. That's the problem with single moms. Especially it damages young girls and young boys. Because young boys begin to lose respect for their mothers. Every time they turn around, there's a new man in the house. She's whoring around and stuff. Because to a son and a mother, his mother is that standard. Like, he holds his mom to the highest standard because that's his mom. That's the first first woman of his life. Or whatever like that he looks up to and everything. And the moment your mother fucks that up by whoring around with different men, being disrespectful towards men, and just have this slutty, nasty attitude, that does something to her son because he holds his mom to a higher image. So then when he sees his mom acting like that, he looks at other women like that because his mom was the standard. That's the woman that he looks up to. So if his mom is acting out of pocket and she ratchet as fuck and she's a whore and a slut and stuff like that, that messes his whole perception up of women. See, children, when it comes to children, boys, if he has when he has a mother, boys go after women who has traits of his mother. That's just biology. That's just nature. Same thing with daughters. If a father's in her life, a daughter's going to try to find a man that has traits of her father and stuff. Especially when he's a good father, she's going to look for a man that carries those traits. So that's what happens. That's why a lot of these men are attracted to fucked up, broken women because their mom is fucked up and broken. Most of their moms are fucked up and broken. Young men are constantly getting cussed out by their moms, yelled at by their moms, saying you ain't shit. You ain't shit like your father. So guess what? He ends up meeting women, and he's attracted to women who cusses him the fuck out, that disrespects him and everything, because his mom does the same thing. Because that's what that's what he sees. You know what I'm saying? So he said also it's scary. Yeah. So that was the same thing with me. Like, I'm meeting this chick. She would come down to see me. She'd never come to my house. She never met my daughter in person. And she would get a hotel or something like that, or she would go to my studio. Either one we would do, and we would go down there and we would just fuck. And she would stay for the weekend. We would just fuck the whole weekend, just 3 days of fucking. We would hang out and stuff. Because look, let me tell you something. When it comes to me, I don't care what a woman is. When you're in my, and this would got me in trouble a lot because of the type of man I am. When you're in my presence, I don't care what the fuck you are. Like, I'm still gonna treat you with respect as long as you treat me with respect. As long as you in my presence, or you in my guardianship, I'm gonna treat you like a woman. So the thing was, when she used to come down, yeah, we'll get a bite to eat. It's like I enjoy female companionship. I enjoy female company. So yeah, I'm fucking her. But yeah, we would go out. She would spend money on me. Like, hey, let's go get some lunch. She'll buy me lunch, or I'll go to dinner. Let's go buy dinner and stuff. We'll fuck, and then just go, and then I'll send her along her way and stuff like that. And I mean, that does cause problems because these chicks end up getting hooked. Cause like, yo, man, like, we be doing this and this, that, and the other, but he don't want to be my boyfriend and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? So I start slowing down on that shit when it comes to certain things. Or we'll really start triggering things for her because one time she wanted me to go to Six Flags because she said her girlfriends were taking their boyfriends out to Six Flags, and she wanted me to go out to Six Flags with her. And I told her no. I said, yo, that's a date. That's like a boyfriend and girlfriend thing. Like, you want to take me to meet your girlfriends and their boyfriends and go to Six Flags. I said, yo, there's a line that I'm not crossing here. That's not what I'm doing. And she got pissed. Like, she started cussing me out and said, oh, why are you being so difficult? And I said, yo, that's a boyfriend and girlfriends do that. We go to Six Flags and get cotton candy, go on rides, and you want me to hang out with your girlfriends and their boyfriends and stuff. Like, no, that's not that type of party. You remember, we had an agreement here. We just fucking having fun and stuff like that. So that's when I said, Brian, you really need to start slowly start disappearing from this shit, because now she's starting to get a little too controlling or obsessive. And then she started wondering if I'm in other bitches' cars and all this other type of stuff. When I post screenshots in the car, it was all kinds of stuff that was going on that I said, yo, like, and then I started watching, like, even after we had sex, I started getting to the point where when I take my condoms off, I started putting it in a trash bag, and I would go outside and throw it in the dumpster. When I started getting to that point, I say, all right, I need to start thinking. You know what I'm saying? I need to stop fucking with this chick when I'm starting to feel that way, that she would take my condom and shit like that and do some shit, because she really started getting really, really attached to me and obsessive and shit like that, and controlling and stuff. So then after that, the last thing that really convinced me to leave the chick alone is when I was tearing her ass up so bad. Yo, I felt the condom tear. I felt that joint. I felt that shit rip. I pulled right out of it like that. I was like, yo, and this is why I keep telling you fellas, I didn't want to be with this chick. The worst thing you could do is get a chick pregnant that you really don't want to be with. Because that chick that really wants to be with you, but you don't want to be with her, that chick is going to keep that baby and make sure to make your life a living hell. She's going to purposely keep the child. Of like that. So when that happened, and then she called me up one day and she told me her period didn't come on. I was like, I don't know why you telling me that. I was like, yo, I strap up every time. So I said, are you fucking some other nigga that I don't know about? So she tried to scare me, but then after that, her period ended up coming on like a day or two later or whatever like that. But bro, it was crazy. It was crazy. But that's why I keep telling you guys, don't be knocking up these chicks, man. Like stop thinking with your dick, man. And you really gotta think clear. You really gotta think clear, man. You really do. He said, put it back, don't tell it. She said, put it back in. But yeah, yo, man. So let me look for this. One second. Shorty hit me with the late period the other day. See, Nick, like, yo, bro, please, if y'all don't take any other advice from me, bro, strap up. Inflation is crazy. The economy is bad. Strap up. Strap up, guys. I'm telling y'all, man. Listen to me. I'm like, listen to me as an older brother. Listen to me as an older brother, man. Strap up. Do not be irresponsible. I don't care how good the pussy is, man. Strap up. It's not worth it, guys. It's not worth it. Especially if you don't have any kids. It's not worth it. Don't do that to yourself. Don't do it. Because children supposed to bring joy to your life. But man, if you don't got the right woman, children can be a nightmare to you. Because of all of the shit that comes with it when a woman is trying to use that child against you. And the good thing about it is, the great thing about it is, man, I'm glad I got custody of over my daughter. So when it comes to baby mama drama, yeah, my baby mama try to bring drama, but it's the type of drama I don't have to deal with. I can just hang up on her. I got my daughter. My daughter live with me. I remember when my baby mama used to when she did get feisty with me at times, I said, yo, I can just hang up. I don't have to deal with this. And she get her shit together. Cause I say, yo, I got my daughter. I got her. My daughter lives with me. So you'll be arguing with yourself. You'll be talking to the dial tone. You can cuss the dial tone out. Cause I don't really have to deal with it. And when she realized that, she always get back in line and shit like that. Cause I don't have to deal with that. My daughter, I don't have to, you don't have nothing to leverage me with. So that's the good thing. That's the good thing about it. That's the good thing about me having custody over my child and shit like that. That my baby mom can never use my child, my own daughter, against me. She can never do it. So that's what I'm happy about. Yup. He said the ultimate I win move. Yeah, it is the ultimate win move. I was like, yo, Harold, I don't gotta deal with it. I can just hang up right now. so yeah, man, you don't think with your dick, fellas, man, because trust me, man, children, I love my daughter to death, but to be honest with you, it gets easier as they get older, because they start having they start having responsibilities and stuff like that, and they're able to talk, because when they're young and they can't really talk, it's more of like, or they're crying and stuff, so you got to figure out what it is and why they're crying and everything. You have to figure those things out. But as they get older, they're able to talk to you. They're able to express themselves to you and stuff. And you get it's better understanding. And as they get older, they start having responsibilities of their own. So you start having less and less of that responsibility as they get older and stuff like that. As a parent and stuff. So yeah, man. Bro, you don't want to do that to yourself. You set yourself up. And I know I already have a lot of homies who's going through hell right now with their baby moms, and they didn't have to do that. They didn't have to knock them up raw, or they didn't have to do any of that stuff. But they were thinking with their dick, and now they're going through hell because they can't see their kids, or the baby mom will move to a whole nother state and don't even tell them, and then they go around the house is vacant and shit like that. Don't even tell them. Don't even fucking tell them and shit like that. And then he gotta call them up like, yo, where the fuck is my daughter, or where the fuck is my son is at? And then now he's running around chasing after them. The court system is not on his side. Why do you, like, because you wanted to be horny for 1 minute and think with your dick and knock a chick off raw dogging it. Fellas, man, we tell women that they have to be held accountable for stuff. Fellas, you also got to be held accountable when you make decisions like that. When you look at the whole Fresh and Fit situation with Fresh and his dumb ass, his slow retarded ass and everything, you know. And this is why, another reason why I don't really get into this whole red pill community. I don't associate myself with it because a lot of these niggas don't practice what they preach. You know what I'm saying? Fresh is saying that abortion is something that he doesn't believe in, but yet he gonna tell that bitch to abort that child because he don't want to be a father and stuff. Well, nigga, like, first of all, nigga, you have your whole podcast is telling you to avoid women like that, but then you turn around and fuck a woman that you telling other niggas to avoid. This is the shit that I'm talking about. That's why I don't respect men that's like that. Like, nigga, like how can you preach this shit and you turn around, you do the exact thing that you tell other niggas not to do. I understand that we have faults, we have flaws and stuff, but you can't have a platform where you made millions of dollars off of, and then you turn around and you do the same thing. It's like being a dojo, like a sensei at a dojo. You know what I'm saying? That's just giving out, you know, fake lessons and stuff. Like you don't practice, you don't use any of the arts that you teach your students. You don't use any of it. You don't apply none of it. But you making money off of your students to use these arts that you don't even use yourself. You know what I'm saying? You're a fraud when you do that at that point. And you got dumbass Fresh and he should know better than that. His goofy ass. What bitch is going to actually really want to fuck him and want to be with him for him and his personality? This dude goofy as shit and a fucking liar. This dude don't get bitches like that. He's paying for pussy. He's doing all that to get the pussy that he claimed that he's getting a lot of abundance of. You know what I'm saying? And his dumb ass gonna turn around. And this is the thing about this whole fit situation. How do we know this is even real? How do we know this is not even like a made up for publicity? How do we even know that the bitch is actually pregnant? How do we know that shit? We don't know. She can have documents all you want. Yo, you gotta understand the lengths that a woman will go through. They can fake pregnancies. They can fake documents. They even pay doctors or physicians or whatever to co-sign on the fake shit. There's all kinds of shit. Yo, you gotta see some of the treacherous shit that a woman would do to trap a nigga. So it's possible. What I'm saying is, like, how do, like, all Fresh should have did was, like, okay, just wait to the 9 months to see what happened and get a DNA test, if anything. Yeah. So that's the problem with this whole Fresh and Fit situation. Not practicing with their preaching to their audience and shit like that. And Fresh, look, Myron, he's a bitch too. But when it comes to Fresh, his goofy ass. Like, nigga, you really think that women want to be with you because of you? Niggas, these bitches is after your fucking money. And you should know better than that. You guys got millions of dollars. These bitches are not looking to build families with y'all. And what makes this bitch stupid, and she don't really care about if she is pregnant. She don't care about that fucking child. This child is leverage for a paycheck. That's all this is. Of course she gonna keep that fucking baby. And that baby was always going to be a weapon. And another thing is, she could have kept that shit in-house. She could have just kept talking with him behind closed door. Instead, she knew that if she goes into a platform, she's going on all these different podcasts. If it's about the child, why are you doing that? Because if that child's born, that stuff is going to be on the internet forever, and that child's going to remember that. That she went on the internet and argued with my father and put my father's business out there and put her business out there all over me while I'm in her womb. That child's gonna remember that shit. So this is nothing but a paycheck to this woman. That she don't care about the child. She know that slandering Fresh and Fit is going to bring her publicity and bring her following up, and it's going to make her money by going on to these different podcasts. This is all a grift. All of it is a grift, man. The internet is not real. It's not. All that money, yet you still don't understand how the game works. Exactly, because these niggas are goofy. Let me tell you something about, this is why I don't like this whole red pill, what the red pill has become. Because when you look at Fresh and Fit and many of these red pill niggas, especially that's like Fresh and Fit, these are goofy ass niggas. These are niggas that chicks always laughed at and clowned. Niggas used to smack in the back of their fucking head in the lunchroom and beat the fuck up. All these dudes are nerd, socially awkward pussies. That's all they ever been. And the problem with social media, what social media has done with Twitch and stuff like that, now these socially awkward people who had never been anything socially can now build a platform and become multi-millionaires. So the thing about Fresh and Fit, they're still goofy ass niggas. They're just goofy ass niggas with money. That's all they are. They're just goofy ass niggas with money. And what proves it so much is when you look at their podcast, and yeah, some of the women on there deserve to get put the fuck out because the shit they say out their mouth are disrespectful. But there's other women out there who aren't disrespectful and they just talk greasy to them. I don't respect men like that. You still a man at the end of the day. You still supposed to be in your masculine frame, and even how you talk to women and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? And I don't like the way how he talk to some women. I'm talking about women who don't disrespect them. Or whatever like that, and how he just talked to those women, mad disrespectful. Because I wouldn't even allow that. I wouldn't even allow that if I was in that room. Yo, don't talk to her like that, man. There's a way you still gotta talk to people and shit like that. It's different if she's disrespectful. That's different. I like yo, I told you don't say nothing. I'm talking right now, or whatever. Like there's all kinds of stuff but that's him. All it is just a bunch of fucking geeks and a bunch of fucking nerds where bitches ignored them their whole entire life. Now they got money. Now it's like a revenge thing. It's a revenge thing. Now I can I can pretty much exploit that now because I got the money and these bitches got to come to me. That's all it is. I like the I like the Whatever podcast. The Whatever podcast is more tamed than Fresh and Fit. They have some good segments on Whatever podcast and stuff. But like I said, I'm not really like, and I wouldn't mind being on any of those podcasts. If I was ever invited to any of those podcasts, I'm gonna just be me and stuff like that. But there is some, like I said, when it comes to this red pill stuff, just take the important things and discard the rest. You know what I'm saying? Take the meat and get rid of the bone. But don't indulge yourself and consume yourself into a lot of this stuff, man. Because there's a lot of grifters and bad faith actors. And the thing is, this is not really helping, like, this part of the red pill community is not really helping men, man. It's not, because men are looking for answers, especially young men in this generation. They're confused, they're lost, and they're looking for answers. And what's going on is there's men out there, just like how the feminist movement, it's the same thing like the feminist movement. Feminist movement exploits women. And exploits women's insecurities. Women are looking for answers and looking for reasons why their life is the way it is. And you got a bunch of feminist bitches coming in and they're exploiting that shit. And it's the same thing with this red pill community now. Red pill community, the MGTOW, whatever you want to call it, it had its good things about it, but now it's toxic as fuck because you got a lot of bad faith actors, grifters that's coming in this space, and they're very impressionable on this young audience of young men. And it's really bad. This is not helping men at all. And then they're exploiting. These are the same men that's exploiting men. They're not really helping them. They're exploiting them for them to get money and get rich. They're not really trying to help these men out. They found ways to do it. Got these fucking classes and shit. Charge you thousands of dollars for these fucking classes to be a man and shit like that. Man, get a fucking mentor. Mentors don't cost you nothing. Find a real mentor. That if you're looking to learn how to be masculine or learn how to be a man, find a mentor, man. Get into a mentorship program or something. Find a mentor, or is there any men in your life that has great masculine qualities that you can imitate and learn from? Be around that motherfucker. Don't give these niggas your fucking money. This shit is a grift, man. Charging all these classes for these fucking to be a man and be masculine and shit. These life coaches and shit like that, and pickup artists and shit like that. These niggas, and then that's the thing about the pickup artist community. That been exposed years ago. A lot of these niggas that claim to be getting bitches and can talk to women, and then you find out they can't even talk to women. I can't remember what was that nigga name, where he was going outside. Somebody filmed him. Somebody got him on camera trying to pick up women and couldn't pick up no women at all. No women at all. No women. Couldn't pick him up, and he was awkward. And the women looking at him awkward and walking by him and shit like that. But his persona online, you think he get bitches. Because every time you look in this video footage, he got a bunch of women around him. No, he paid them chicks. Now, when it comes to Andrew Tate has some merits. He has some merits. I don't throw Andrew Tate all the way out the window. There's some messages that you need, that he says that young men needs to hear. So I don't throw him all. I don't discard Andrew Tate all the way out, because there is things you can pick up from him or whatever like that. But you have to have a mind of your own. You're still a man at the end of the day. You still don't even allow other men to control you either. You still have to be a man. Being a man also means being independent and having a mind of your own, and still think for yourself. You still have to have a part of you mixed in there with the knowledge that you're learning from other men. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying, guys. Do not digest this stuff 24/7. It does you no good. You seen what happens to feminists with women. You've seen the dangers. You've seen the damage that feminism done for women. Don't allow this shit to do the same thing to you guys. The population reproduction is very low in the United States right now. Men and women are not getting together. They're not having families. They're not making children, because now we have both sides giving men one message, and then you get the feminists telling women other message, and we're not coming together. We constantly clashing with each other. We constantly clashing. You know what I'm saying? So men and women coming together is a beautiful thing, man. But the thing is, let's be honest here. Most of the problems coming in is because women have walked away from the natural order of things. And I feel bad for women because women are getting so many mixed messages. You have some women who want to be a stay-at-home mom or want to be a feminine mom, but she also hearing from other women that she's a pick me. You know what I'm saying? And she got other women in her ear telling her that she shouldn't do that. That it's 2024 now. You independent now. You a boss. You a boss bitch. You know what I'm saying? Yes, queen, and all those other type of stuff that's going on. But she really wants to. She really wants to be a submissive woman to her man. But she's worrying about what other women are saying. And then you got women who been told that she needs to go out, get a job, get a degree, get a career. So she hears that message, so she gets a career, but then she starts saying like, "Yo, like, I'm constantly working all the time. When can I ever have time to bond with my family, or when can I have time to build relationships?" Because women are emotional creatures. Women are social creatures. Women are very social. That's their special ability. They have to be social is because they give birth to children. They give birth to human beings. So they have to be social. They have to be emotional so they can bond with that child that they give birth to. That's why they are the way they are. God designed them that way. But how can she build a social life or build those type of a lifestyle if she's constantly working all the time? And now she's picking up masculine traits as she's working because let's be honest, the work environment is a masculine environment. It's a competitive environment. This is why society's been built because of the masculine environment. This is how society thrives because of men in the competition. So now women want to be part of that. So in order for her to keep up and compete, she has to adopt those traits, which means you have to be disagreeable. You have to be argumentative. She has to have all those things in order to survive in that working environment. You can't turn a working environment into a feminine environment. It won't. It doesn't work. Feminine environments don't work in the workforce. It's very competitive. It doesn't work. It has to be a masculine environment. So you want to work like the rest of us, you have to compete like the rest of us men. So that means she has to adopt those traits. And the thing about women is, once they adopt those traits, they don't know how to turn it off. Now it's part of them. Women can is designed to be imprinted on. Men, we imprint on women. Women are receivers. Men are givers. That's why men, we have penises. Women have vaginas. We imprint women. When we stick our penis in them, we are imprinting ourselves in them. They take on our essence. You ever hear the expression when you see a couple together, how they say your wife or your girlfriend start to look just alike? How your girlfriend start to copy you because you left an imprint on her. She start taking on your traits and start mimicking you and trying to be funny as you and do those things and stuff like that because you left an imprint on her. Especially if you a strong masculine man or you a man who got his shit together, she's going to take on those traits. That's why it's meant for men to be leaders and shit like that. So women are easy to be imprinted on. So now she's walking into a masculine environment, which is the workforce. Very competitive. That's masculine. So that masculinity leaves an imprint on that woman. And she don't know how to turn that off. So now every time she meets a man wants a feminine woman, but now she meets a woman, he meets a woman that's very masculine as far as her traits are concerned. Men don't want to be dating another man. Straight men don't want to date other men. They want to date women. And if women are adopting these traits and stuff like that, it turns men off. No, men are not intimidated by you. You're insufferable. You're not cooperative. Every time I have a plan, you always questioning my plan. You don't want to follow my plan. Every time I turn around, you're questioning me. Are you going to follow me? Or are you going to trust me or not? I hate when. That's why there was like 2 women in my life. No matter how many times I showed and proved to her that I follow through on what I say, I keep proving to her, but it's never enough for her. She's always questioning me. If your woman's always questioning you, that means she doesn't trust you. She has trust issues. Let her go. Because what she's going to do is she's going to sabotage everything that you do. Because every time you have a plan, she's going to do everything to go against the plan. And no matter how many times I keep coming through and she keep thanking me for coming through, She still doesn't trust me enough. She don't have enough faith in me to say I can leave it in his hands. No, you let her go. She's not worth it. That's how you end up divorced. That's how you end up broken as a broken man. If your woman keep questioning you every 5 fucking minutes and can't just take your word for it and just follow your fucking plan, let her go. Cut her off. Cut her off. You don't need that shit. Yeah. Yeah, man. Said mentally exactly. So I'm watching these female adults start talking about guys avoiding them like the plague. I'm like, they know why. Exactly. So yeah, man. Like you need a woman. You need a woman who got your back. Let me tell you what's important to me. I'll take loyalty over love any day. Why would I say that? I would take loyalty over love any day. See, you can love somebody and still fuck them over. No matter what. You can love somebody and still treat them like shit. You can still have love for somebody, and still walk all over them. You can still do that. You can still have love for somebody. You know what I'm saying? You can fuck around on that person and still have love for that person. Loyalty is what I'm looking for. Or are you gonna ride with me? Or are you gonna remain loyal to me? Fuck everything else, or are you gonna be loyal to me? Fuck the love. Love can be something that can eventually develop over time. I need you to be loyal to me. Love come and go. This is why women are initiating divorces so high, and when she's educated, it's even higher. Cause they get this little honeymoon period, and then once that love bug go away, then the real her comes out. You know what I'm saying? Love is just a temporary emotion. What I want from a woman is loyalty. And I'm going to prove to you why you can be loyal to me. I'm not just asking for it just to ask for it. I'm going to display reasons why you to be loyal to me. I'm going to show you why you can be loyal to me. But there's a lot of women out here that when you show that you're reliable, they still question you. They still question everything. I hate when a woman questions me every 5 fucking minutes. It's fucking annoying, and it shows that you don't fucking trust me. Yo, babe, we're gonna do this. Why? What's the reason for that? Or every 5 fucking minutes. Are you gonna fucking listen to me or not? Are you gonna follow the plan? Especially if I'm trying to surprise her with something. Especially if I'm trying to be spontaneous. Women want men to be spontaneous. Women want you to be spontaneous, and then when you're trying to be spontaneous, they question you every 5 fucking minutes. You know what I'm saying? So that's exactly that's just crazy, man. It's just fucking crazy. Fucking crazy. Fucking crazy. But let me see something. 1 second. Alright, let me grab this real quick. Alright, I'm just grabbing this, and then we get get back to this real quick. One second. I was not expecting this thing. I was not expecting this thing to carry on this long, but I'm loving it. I'm not going to be on it for too long, but it's something else I wanted to talk about real quick. And then call it a night. 1 second. Where is it? One second, almost done. See, I was talking. Oh wait, hold up, my artist just hit me up. I didn't know my artist was hitting me up. I did not. Oh, that was my comic book artist. She hit me up. Hold up. All right, so yeah, so anyway, I was talking to my artist or whatever like that, and I was talking about women that really, like how I like my women and stuff like that. I love a well dressed woman. I love, and a lot of women also get confused, don't understand. Like especially to me, I love a well dressed woman. Like I don't really like a woman who got her ass cheeks out and stuff like that. I love a woman with class. That really turns me on. That really gets me going and everything like that. So let me show you, and because we was talking about waifus and stuff, and she was surprised how I was like, yeah, I really like this character, and I don't think enough people would talk about her in Final Fantasy VII or whatever. 1 second. My girl Scarlet, man, that's a. I love a woman with class, that confidence, that confidence that when she strolls, she knows she bad as shit. She knows she's sexy as hell, and that confidence that she has. I love a well dressed woman, and I love my Tifa, I love my Aerith, but man, I don't know, man. I'm like Scarlet, but Scarlet is a perfect example of the type of woman that I have taste in. That's why when a lot of women that I do meet, and I take them shopping and stuff, I love my woman dressed, like dressed. You know what I'm saying? That's the, and like I said, it goes back to your childhood. My mother stayed dressed up. My mother stayed dressed up. My dad always had my mom dressed up, and my mom used to work in Center City, Philadelphia. So my mom always dressed professionally and stuff. So that also trickles down. Like I said, your sons when they look at women, they also try to find traits of their mother and stuff like that. So my mom always stayed dressed up, so I was used to seeing that. So women, especially when I go down Center City or when I see a well-dressed woman, that really, man, like, man, Scarlet is bad as hell.
Meanwhile, find out what it is they
That's a woman right there.
You do have eyes, don't you?
As she was talking about all my single ladies while she's married.
They've made it further than any normal Wu-Tang.
And there's another. I made a whole video about the whole thing about Tifa and Aerith and stuff, and how these journalists just try to just boil it down to their physical appearance and don't realize, like, Scarlet's intelligent. She's the head of the weapons department. Or like Shinra's powerful because of her geniusness of the weapons and stuff like that. That's how powerful she is. But yeah, to get back to what I'm saying. But yeah, these are women right here. I like my women dressed. I love my women dressed like this. This is, and when women fail to realize today, women don't dress up anymore. Women just throw on some leggings, sneakers, and throw on like a hoodie and shit like that. And there was also, when they did a survey, or they did like a why men are finding women less attractive, because a lot of men saying like women don't dress up like they used to. You got to understand, back in the day when my parents and my grandparents were coming up, women dressed up. And women are also fail to realize too, men approach you differently based on how you dress. And women said, well, that's not fair, you shouldn't dress with. No, you got to understand. It's the same thing with men. My dad didn't allow us to dress a certain way. Like, dress like thugs, with our pants hanging off our ass and shit like that, because that's going to bring attention to other niggas, street niggas, that got guns and drugs and stuff, and it's going to get the cops' attention and stuff like that. So it's going to make you attractive to chicken head women, ignorant women, women who ain't about shit. So it also applies to men as well. It's how you're dressed as well, your appearance. So the thing is, when a woman is dressed like this, men approach them differently. Even fuckboys approach them differently. They would call her miss. They would call her ma'am. Men get intimidated. Men get say, yo, I gotta step my game up when they see a woman dressed like this. I seen the most alpha of men get tongue twisted, or their whole attitude change when they approach a woman who's dressed like this. And women fail to realize it today. Women want to have their ass cheeks out. They want to have their boobs exposed in certain ways and stuff because they like the attention. But then get mad when they get the wrong attention, or they get mad because the wrong guy gave them the attention. They wanted the fuck boy or the asshole that they really want to look at them, while the other guys, they don't want to look at them that way. So that's the thing, and that's what women felt. It's a loss. It's a shame. It's a loss. It's a lost style. It's a lost art. It was a journalist. It was a journal article that it was saying that women that women discover if she dresses like this, dresses covered up, guys guys won't approach her, in a negative way and stuff like that, or she will no longer get the approach that she hates. She start getting positive approaches. Duh, because women used to dress conservative a long time ago. Women dressed conservatively. So when you dress conservatively, you're going to attract. My mom always said this to me about women. My mom used to say this to the young women that came in our lives and stuff. This is what my mom used to say. If you dress like Halloween, the ghouls, the goblins, and the ghosts will come out, and the wolves will come out. So if you dress like Halloween, expect for ghouls and ghosts and vampires to come out if you dress like Halloween. So it's all about your appearance. And I love a classy looking woman, man. I love and the most thing about I love what I love about a classy woman. She's so humble. She's not conceited. She said thank you and stuff like that. You even hold the door for her. And modern women want that treatment, but how can you get that treatment when you act like a bitch and you insufferable? Women are no longer addressing to try to attract men no more. Because women always say, I'm not doing it for men. Women are dressing to shit on other women now. Women are dressing up to appease to other women. It's a status thing. That's what women are doing nowadays. Women are getting, because women always try to say like the beauty standards, getting the BBLs and getting lip injections. No, we never told women to get that shit. And women is so disconnected from men. Men are even telling women that, we love natural women. We love feminine, beautiful women. And women still trying to tell us, no, you like women with big asses and BBLs. And like, no, we're not saying that. And then women get confused when they see the hottest men with the most basic chick. They don't have all that shit. And they scratch their head like, what's going on? I'm a bad bitch. Why he's with this basic chick? Or she wonder why her man left her for an average looking girl. Women are so disconnected of what men really want. Women assume that this is what men want when men don't want that shit. So women are getting dressed up and trying to shit on other women, just to stunt on other women. That's why they get the BBLs. That's why they get all that. They ain't doing it for men. They doing it for other women. They're not even doing it for themselves. They doing it for other women, so they can get on internet. Fuck all these bitches. Like, I'm making my money. I'm getting my bread. I'm getting my paper, and all this other type of stuff. These bitches is whores out here. They doing that just to make other bitches jealous. Yes, dress for the job you want. That's perfect. I love shit. Look. This is the shit that I love. This is the type of I love when women dress like this. Love it. This is stuff that gets me. And she got the pantyhose on too. I'm done. Done. This is stuff that I like. Sexy heels and all that type of stuff. This is the type of dress. Look at that. With the skirts. Look at that. Class. And all my women that I've been with I had dressed like that. And they end up liking it. Like, oh man, like, cause she even see the response of men and women, like opening the door for them, calling them miss, and all this other type of stuff. They notice that the approach and how they're treated is much different when they change the way they dress. And like I said, most chicks today, they don't get dressed. And this is the sad part. Most chicks today can't even walk in heels. That was common back then. A lot of women used to walk in heels. Women are just wearing sneakers all the time. Women don't even walk in heels. And they can't even walk in a long period of time. And when we do go out, my woman wears heels, but I do have her bring her flats. So especially if you're doing long walks, like we going to the mall and stuff, and her feet start to hurt, yeah, she throw on some flats. You know what I'm saying? But most women today can't even walk in fucking heels. It's a lost art. Mothers ain't teaching their daughters this stuff or anything. Because the mothers are trying to be like the daughters. Women lost their way. They lost their way. Or Crocs. Yeah. Or Crocs. I'm like, what the fuck? Oh, this is what I like. And what I love so much is when a woman allows you as a man to mold her to the woman that you want her to be. That's what turns me on the most. And my girlfriend that I had in college, I had her, she dressed it less like this, and bitches was jealous, saying that, and they was calling her a whore for looking like this. I had bought my woman an outfit just like this, wore the pantyhose, the heels, and she was going to class like that. Or when we used to go out to the mall and stuff like that, they was calling her a whore for saying she was a whore looking like this. What? That was just jealousy. That was just jealousy. This is the type of stuff that I like. Stuff like this. I like stuff like this. That's what turns me on. This is the stuff that I like. Yup. And what I like is so much when you have a conversation, when women tell me, like, so what do you like? Like, when I'm getting to know a chick, what do I like in a woman and stuff? And we're not even dating and stuff. Next thing I know, the first thing I explain about, I say, yo, her toes need to be done. She gotta, like, what says a lot about a female, too, is how well she take care of her feet. Every woman that I've been with had pretty feet. Never had to worry about dirty feet or anything. Kept her toes clean, everything. And the first thing I always mention is about, yo, like, I don't play when it comes to a woman's feet. Like, her feet has to be upkept. You know what I'm saying? And the thing is, she gets curious and wants to know why and what I like. And then the next time I see her, now she's wearing shoes with her toes out. Because she want me to see her toes and stuff like that. I'm like, did she wear that for me? Because she never wore this before. And I tell her how I like my women dressed and stuff. Now she's just wearing this stuff. Because now she's trying to get my attention. She wants me to look at her and stuff like that. And that's how I end up. It goes from me just talking to her and just having a casual conversation to her now trying to get me to look at her, and she's wearing the things that I said that I like in a woman. And next thing you know, I got her. Like. So yeah, man. Bro, what did I say? Let me find. Let me see something. He said he said, I don't have a foot fetish, but I hate nasty feet. Like, yeah, like, feet is important, dog. I don't care how fine she is. If her toes is nasty, dog. See, this is the downfall with a foot fetish for me. This is for me. I don't like any kind of feet. It's all about the shape of the feet, how well kept her feet is, and how her toes look and stuff like that. The thing is, man, the thing about having a foot fetish is, if she has nice feet, like man, my hormones just go wild in my head, like, and you would never know, like, I'm just calm and everything. But the downfall about it is, if a woman has nasty feet, it actually turns my stomach upside down. It actually fucks with my stomach. It really does. It really does. It really turns my stomach upside down. I'm like, yo, bro, like, yo, put some fucking sneakers on. Do something, cause your dogs look nasty. Put something on your fucking toes. Like, do something. Put some socks on. Put something on, cause dude, like, dog, I can't look at them Jones. Yeah, like, bro, put something the fuck on. That shit look fucking disgusting. Look disgusting. Like, I'll give you an example. I guess I'll use anime for example. It's better to give an example like that, so I can really explain to you guys. 1 second. So prepare yourself. This is gonna be a little bit funny. It's gonna be a little bit funny and everything. Where is it? 1 second. I'm just grabbing the material in a second. Just get this. Yeah, this last thing we talk about before I call it a night. Got other things I gotta get done, get out the way. Just grabbing a few more items. All right, perfect. Is there anything else before? I want to make sure I ain't missing anything. Because I know it's one of them I'm missing. I'm looking for it and I can't find it. Let me just copy this, paste it here. All right, so. Oh, here we go. I found it. And then we also give you example of what I'm talking about when it comes to the foot fetish thing. I guess I can use anime as a perfect example. As an artist, I'm a big fan of his. He's also my inspiration. His name is Neck Daz. I'm a patron of his as well. But like I said, my hentai stuff is foot fetish stuff. But this dude, with his 3D foot fetish stuff, is just amazing of how detailed the feet is. Like Zero Suit Samus, give you a perfect example. Like women, I know a lot of like it's the shape of the feet and how the toes and everything look, the soles and stuff like that. You wouldn't understand if you don't have a foot fetish, but women who have clean feet like this and their soles is like arched a certain way and stuff, bro, you don't understand what that does. You really don't understand what that does. And then give you another Blaze from Blaze Fielding from Streets of Rage. Another perfect example. Yeah. Look at that. Look at the design of the feet or whatever like that. Look like you wouldn't understand if you don't have a foot fetish, but yo, like that's nice looking feet, and I know plenty of women who have feet that's just like that. Just like that. And it's a perfect way to explain feet when you know using video game characters. You can get an understanding of where my head is at. And also the toes gotta be shaped a certain way. I'm not really into fat looking toes where they all fat and thick looking and stuff like that. He said, well, peace out, y'all. Yeah, and I'm not really into all that or whatever like that. Who else? Yes. Also too, Julia from Tekken. Look at the shape of the toes and stuff like that. Those are the things when you have a foot fetish. Those are the indicators right there, like that. Like I said, some people got certain what you call them or whatever like that, like taste and preferences and stuff like that. And then who else? Who else I was looking for? Oh yeah, you got Melina from Mortal Kombat or whatever. So yeah, man, that's art right there. That's fucking art. Yeah, Laura Croft and everything. That's beautiful. That's beautiful art right there. Oh, and then of course Zelda. Beautiful art. Beautiful. But yeah, man, that's pretty much it. That's pretty much it for this stream for the night. I had fun with you guys and everything. Hope you guys enjoyed the stream. I had a good time with you guys and everything. The next stream is going to be let me see. That will give everyone ideas drawn together, whatever like that. Yeah, so you get your like, have a good one, bro. Yeah. So the next stream, yeah. So the next stream is going to be Wednesday because I'm going to be on my boys Leon's podcast on Monday. We'll be talking about some video games and stuff like that on Monday around probably 5 o'clock, 5:30 p.m. Eastern time. Wednesday we'll have an episode of Mugen TV episode 3, and then Friday I believe we're going to have I'm not sure yet. I'm still debating. I think Friday is going to be a Tekken 8 stream. We'll be playing some Tekken 8. So if you guys have the game, we can lobby up and play. I got it for the PC on Steam. So I think Friday is going to probably be Tekken 8. So if you guys are got the game and want to be able to lobby up with me and stuff, yeah, yeah. Oh, what's up, Tony? Yeah. That's my goal. my goal is to try to stream as a regular, consistently. That's my goal. I'm trying to do this consistently. Try to at least try to do it 3 days out of the week. That's what I'm gonna try to do. I'm trying my best to do it 3 days out of the week. One Mugen TV episode podcast a week. At least y'all can try. I can at least try to do that a week, and try to get a chill stream in there every once in a while, or do a tier list stream. And so, Fridays is always gonna try to mix things up on Fridays. Mondays is supposed to be a Mugen TV episode stream, but remember I had to push episode 2. So episode 2 today. I don't want to run into another episode right away, and plus I'm gonna be on another podcast Monday. So I want to try to have Mugen TV episodes every Monday. I'm gonna try to do that. We'll see, but every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, I'm gonna try my best. If the stream is canceled, always look at the community tab or look on Twitter or look in the Discord when I make the announcement if it's going to be a stream, if the stream is canceled or not. But just assume we're gonna have a stream Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And if you're still not sure, just check the community tab, check the Discord, or check Twitter to see if I make an announcement if a stream is canceled. I'm trying to have my streams at 6 o'clock p.m. Eastern time, but sometimes I may be an hour late because things happen. I'm a father, so my daughter, she's on the track team and stuff like that. She has after school programs, so I may run a little late at times. So I may not start right away at 6 p.m. sometimes. So don't panic or anything if it's 6 o'clock and I still haven't turned the stream on, because I could be running late. And so if you don't see me say it's canceled and you still haven't seen me start a stream, that means I'm running late. So just assume that. Just assume that. So I hope you guys have a good night, and I'll be seeing you Game Fiends later.